Salam. Shalom. Eman. Salam. Shalom. Eman. Salam. Shalom. Eman. Salam. Shalom. Salam. Shalom. Eman. Paz. Bien. Salam. Shalom. Salam. Shalom. Eman. Paz. Bien. Salam. Shalom. Bien. Salam. Shalom. Eman. Paz. Salam. Shalom. Paz. Bien. Aman. Salam. Shalom. Bien. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allahu Akbar. Dao ke dao fei cheng dao. Ming ke ming fei cheng ming. Ja Rastafari. Deus nos de qui es in cielo sanctificato nomen tuum. Bahegu sana. Baruch atah Elohim Eloheinu melech haolam. Amen. Kyrie eleison. Sivamas tu savejikatahim. Sabe sata bavantu sukitata. Bagabiem. Aqua ba upenda na manim. Kyrie na cinta dam per me liba me manjekan. Ubuntu shubano fikitkem. Shishem. Como senida domo arigato piloma yellow waka toko loka shingut and gomanagan. God, we thank you for all that you bless us. Ata jam ya yatafnami. Madu, ahom, shanti, shanti, shanti. Amen. Blessed love and peace in Rastafari. This is the SMS feed, working title, Sovereign Mindset Solutions. And this is session numero 6 in a row. Hallelujah. Give thanks and praise. for the continuity of the ingenuity, let the superfluity be less gratuity. Um, so that's the welcome. Now we continue on with the song. You done heard it if you listen to the setup music. Today we've got to drum because in listening to the recording of this, the hand clap don't register on the audio recording of the Zoom software features. So we're going to see how this vibration reverberates. Prevail upon earth. What up? So from here we go on to the next segment of our joint. We see who joins in eventually. We have periodic communication with the brethren in recent days, but we're still in that process of acclimation into the regulation of the participation. What up? I have energy, I think, today. What in inventiveness as well. Um, so topic introduction, topic for today. The topic is concentrating path. In one of our previous sessions, Brother Corey mentions the interest of discussing avoiding distractions, getting through those sidetracks, and focusing on priority, staying on path, and things like that. So that's the topic for today. The statements that we have are along those lines. What about that? So we're just going to get into the recitation of the statement. Here we go. Oh, and this one is actually, we're going to get a little bit formidable in this one. We have some strong statements in this joint because we're talking about path, we're talking about concentration, we're talking about staying focused. And so when we look to the traditions of the world, that's a fundamental principle. That's a fundamental guidance within the traditions. And so in these exercises, and particularly when we're talking about introductory kind of statements from the traditions, some of these are like the basic foundational statements from the traditions. So they can be rather strong and proclamatory. And so at this point, 6 sessions in, there's the presumption of us having some fortitude, some patience, some understanding, some context, some perspective, some readiness for these statements. And it's balance, it's the world, whether we like it or not, whether we agree with it or not, or otherwise. And we don't have to agree with it. Again, maybe we should factor that into what sequence reasoning is. How about that? We got a note to make. Because rather than just getting into this, we talk about what we're actually doing this one for the newcomers, So topic introduction and explanation of sequence reasoning. Oh, isn't that beautiful? That experience of learning. Confucius says, You may find anyone in a town of 10 village and in town of 10 houses who has greater knowledge of me, greater knowledge than me, of the rituals, of the histories, of the music, and otherwise. But I doubt you'll find somebody who has a greater yearning for learning. How about that? So here we are learning this process, about the process. Explanation of sequence reasoning. So sequence reasoning, what we do here is we share statements from around the world, a handful. Today, actually, we have an unprecedented number. I think it's 8, ocho. So we share statements from traditions around the world about a particular topic. And then participants are invited to put those statements in a sequence that makes sense to each oneself respectively. And don't have to agree with the statement, don't have to disagree with the statement, just put it in a sequence. And then if one has the inclination to provide some explanation of the sequentation. Yeah, it's a little bit gimmicky, the rhymery, but it's still entertainery. Anyways, that's the gist. That's the joint. That's the spiel. That's the joint. That's what we do. So that's what sequence reasoning is. That's what we're about to do, God willing. And again, the topic for today is concentrating path. And so that each of these statements come from different traditions. We try to keep it anonymous as much as possible. Some of it is very obvious where the statements come from based upon the words that are shared. Some people might recognize the statements specifically, but the idea is to share it comparatively anonymously. It's just numbered. The numbers actually come from the citation of the verse from each tradition, but when put together, it's comparatively random. So it's as much unbiased as possible, given this type of exercise. So we're just presenting it as it is, and then each person is invited to identify or discern a sequence that makes sense for them. You don't have to agree. Again, don't have to agree with any of the statements. Don't have to disagree with any of the statements. We're just putting it, and then for those who have the inclination, say, okay, you know what? This is why I put this here. This is the thought and everything else like that. So that's how this joint goes. And as a beginning process, we recite each statement. What we got some people here. This might be Brother Corey. I'm guessing because it's the media joint. This is a new one. So it might be, I don't know who this is. What's up? What's going on? What's happening? The mute is on. The mute is on.
Hey, Peter, how are you?
What up, Brother Corey? I'm doing well. And give thanks and praise. How about yourself?
This is Xavier.
Wait. I knew that was Brother Xavier. I'm just flustered, brother. But I'm doing good. How about yourself? How you doing?
Doing really well.
Okay. All right.
Something's going on with my computer right now, so I'm just calling in.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Well, we give thanks and praise that you're here. And we were just getting started, and I got energy today. I'm not falling asleep, at least yet. So we're thankful for that. I'm in the same spot. Can you see me at all?
Yeah, I see you're at the Shaker.
Yeah. All right, cool. So I was just getting to the explanation of what sequence reasoning is for newcomers. And again, particularly considering the archive effects of this. And so we're just about to get into the statements. So did you receive the statements? Do you have those available?
Let me get them up on. Yeah, let me try to multitask on the phone.
Paul. And we got an unprecedented number of statements today. We got 8, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
So what up? We going into it today. And I was just mentioning a second ago, like this one is also a little bit formidable. We got some rather strong statements in this session. So I was mentioning that we're 5 or 6 sessions into this joint. So the thought is that maybe we can be able to handle this. And again, it's a matter of balance, looking at the basic teachings from traditions on the world and recognizing that we don't have to agree with any of the statements. We don't have to disagree with any statements. We're just putting it in a sequence that makes sense to ourselves, and then we're talking about it.
I see him here.
You got
We're
him?
on 6, correct?
Okay. Session 6, yes. Concentrating path. Is that what you're seeing?
Yes.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Did you put those in the sequence at this point yet?
I have not yet.
Okay, how about this? How about let's read them out and then I'll invite you to put them in a sequence that makes sense to you, and then we can talk about it that way. Is that cool?
Okay, that sounds good with me.
Do you want to read them out, or do you want me to read them out?
Yeah, I can. If you guys want, if you want to just trade some, we could do that.
Okay,
I'll
one
start.
by one. Okay.
Okay. Name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Praise be to Allah, the cherish and sustainer of the worlds. Most gracious, most merciful, master of day of judgment. Thee do worship, and thine aid we seek. Show us the straight way, the way of those on whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, those who portions is not wrath and who go not astray.
Beautiful. Thank you. Number 3 is wise men have always known the deep and pervading truth that it is better to give than to receive. For even as it conflicts with selfish and ambitious desires, it moderates and controls them.
In a clean spot, having fixed his seat, a firm seat, neither too high nor too low, and having spread over its kusha grass, and then a deer skin, and cloth, and sitting there, he should practice yoga for the purification of the self, restraining the activities of his mind and senses, and bringing his thought to a point. He should sit firm, holding his body, neck, and head erect and still, and gaze steadily at the tip of his nose, without looking around, completely, how do you say that?
Serene.
Serene and fearless, steadfast in the vow of a brahmachari, disciplined in mind and ever thinking of me. He should sit in yoga, regarding me as his goal, keeping himself ever steadfast in this manner. Yogi of subdued minds attains the peace abiding in me, the peace that accumulates in nirvana. Yoga is not for him who eats too much, nor for him who eats too little. It is not for him. Oh, Arjuna, who sleeps too much, nor for him who sleeps too little. For him who is in his food and recreation, temperate in his exertion at work, and sleep and walking. Yoga puts an end to all sorrow. When the well-controlled mind rests in the self, free from longing from objects, then is one said to have attained yoga. As a lamp in a windless place does not flicker, that is the figure unlisted for the disciplined mind of a yogi, using concentration of the self.
Fantastic. Beautiful. On statement 14, 14, when Jesus heard what had happened, he withdrew by boat privately to a solitary place. Hearing of this, the crowds followed him on foot from the towns.
Such is virtue, such is concentration, such is wisdom. When virtue is well developed, it yields great fruit and brings great advantages in regards to concentration. When concentration is well developed, it yields great fruit and brings great advantages in regard to wisdom. When wisdom is well developed, the mind is completely liberated from the pollutants, that is to say, the pollutants of sensuality, the pollutants of craving for continued existence, the pollutant of ignorance.
Beautiful, thank you. And statement 16.18, 16.18. You shall set up judges and law enforcement officials for yourself in all your cities that Elohim your God is giving you for your tribes, and they shall judge the people with righteous judgment. You shall not pervert justice. You shall not show favoritism, and you shall not take a bribe. For bribery blinds the eyes of the wise and perverts just words. Justice, justice shall you pursue, that you may live and possess the land Elohim your God is giving you.
Thus, when heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, it first exercises his mind with suffering and his sinus and bones with toil. It exposes his body to hunger and subjects him to extreme poverty. It confounds his undertakings by all these methods. It simulates his mind, hardens his nature, and supplies his incompetencies.
Thanks again, Brother X. And concluding statement we have here is 117. It says, Then Deganuida taught the people the hymn of peace and the other songs. He stood before the door of the longhouse and walked before it, singing the new songs. Many came and learned them, so that many were strong by the spiritual medicine of them, when it was time to carry the great peace to Onondaga. So those are our statements right there. And like I said, if you're amenable, what I would solicit from you is to put those in a sequence that makes sense to you, just by number. I've done it myself, and we can like pause and take a minute here, and for you to do that if you're amenable to that, and continue on and the discussion reasoning about the sequences that we put into put these joints in. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, I think what really spoke to me, at least on the first one at least,
Okay.
and then we could just go throughout.
Okay. So you said the first one spoke to you significantly?
No, I didn't pick it yet,
Oh,
but the first
oh,
one that
yeah, yeah,
spoke,
yeah, yeah. What's the first one that stands out to you?
I want to say 16:1.
16:1. Okay. You know what? I could see that when you were reading it. I could hear it like like it was vibing further. So and then all right, so beautiful. And then what's the next one that kind of stood out for you?
I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's fine. You could take your time, no hurry. And
I
I
want
would
to
say
say 3.
three. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm holding off on what I'm doing because I don't want that to like influence or whatever, even if it's just numbers. So then we got three. So then what's after
Yeah.
three?
I'd pick 14.
Okay. I was waiting for that one. And then which one after 14?
Yeah. 1,
All right.
6.
Okay.
I might maybe wait. I'll put it in 16.18 and then 6.
Okay. Fair enough.
And then 24
All right.
and 17.
Okay. 117 that is.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I have for you 116, what am I talking about? 16.1, 3, 14, 1, 16.8, 6, 24, and 117.
Correct.
Cool. Now I'll give you I'll share my sequence. So I had 14, 6, 1, 16.1, 16.18, 3, 24, and 117. Haha, we ended up with the same one, 117. Actually, the last two are the same, 24 and 117. Actually, 16.18 is the same sequence there, the fourth to the last. So we got like I remember the previous joint, like we had the exact opposite sequence. Like you were going in one direction, I was coming in the other direction. Today we're kind of like concluding in like the same kind of sequence there. So that's interesting. Um,
Sweet.
so nice, nice, nice. Okay, okay. Now what I can share with you is like some background. And first, like I mean, whatever questions you have, you're welcome to like first if whatever statements that you have, like you like this one vibe, this one I agree with or whatever, you're welcome to do. If you want to be like, yo, what was that? What's going on with this one? What's going on with that one? We can get into that too.
Yeah, I'm game to walk through it, walk it down if you want
All
to.
right, so I'll do it. I'll do it in the sequence that you put it in the sequence that you described. So the first one you mentioned was 16.1, such as virtue, such as concentration, such as wisdom. So this is coming from the Digha Nikaya from the Buddha again, and basically what he's sharing here is a methodology. It's a sequence for getting for like clearing our minds to like strengthen our concentration and again I mentioned I think I mentioned this before you jumped on, but Brother Corey mentioned one of the topics that he'd like to hear about is how to strengthen concentration, to avoid distractions, to avoid like the sidetracks and everything else like that. And so that's basically what precipitates this particular topic for today, for this session, is keeping focus, keeping concentration, avoiding the sidetracks, avoiding the temptations and the distractions and everything else, and just staying focused, whether it's the grind, whether it's path or whatever, but just staying focused. So that's what precipitates this. And what the Buddha is sharing here with 16.1 is a methodology for upping our concentration, like strengthening our concentration. And so it's like it's a threefold kind of method. First, the Buddha says, when we act in a right way, when we're helping others, when we're behaving in a righteous way, then we're able to clear our minds. Like we have less of a guilty conscience, we're less stressed. We experience the well-being that we're cultivating around ourselves, and so like our minds are at greater ease. It's easier to sleep. We're less stressed. And so that's like the next stage. That's the second stage. Now that's not where it ends though, because when we have that ease, now we have a decision to make. Are we just going to like relax in that, or are we going to use that ease of mind to like think about things and to like and meditate and like study and learn and get further about the solutions in our own life. And that's where the wisdom comes in. When we're intentional with that ease of mind and we delve deeper within ourselves about the things that we're experiencing further long term or otherwise, and we start to get insight, we start to get answers and solutions to what those situations are. So it's a three-step thing. First, we do things that are nice, that are righteous, that are proper, and that gives us a peace of mind. And then with that peace of mind, we study and we concentrate and take it to the next level. So that's what the Buddha is describing in this sequence right here with 16.1. Um, the next number that you had is three. So haha. So three, wise men have always known the deep and pervading truth that it is better to give than to receive. So this one is coming from Haile Selassie. And so this is, to be honest, this is some of the bias of the Rastafari. And I can't say bias because everything here is coming from a royal tradition. And so Rastafari is just included, particularly because this is what precipitates my participation in this joint. So this is coming from one of the teachings of Haile Selassie. And what's interesting about this is it's similar to what the Buddha describes in terms of there's a truth that wise men know that it's better to give than to receive. Jesus talks about this. All the different teachers around the world talk about this. And one of the things that Haile Selassie explains here is that even when we think about giving, even giving when it hurts, you always on the bus. No, I won't say that story. Um, Giving when it hurts in an appropriate way, it seems to conflict with our ambitions. Like, wait, hold up, that was stupid. Why'd you do that? That don't make sense. That's not going to help you out with this, that, and the other. And so it doesn't seem logical to be altruistic, to be generous and giving. But at the same time, that act of giving helps us to control and moderate those selfish tendencies that just get tangled up and are in the long term are actually inefficient and ineffective. And so it's that the wise people know that it's better to give because that selflessness is further enduring for the well-being of people than the selfishness. And there's excesses of giving, and those experiences, it's not actually giving, but that's another conversation. So the point is that when we are altruistic, it helps to moderate our minds and concentrate what are genuine, to kind of to humble our ambitions, and to focus on what's a priority and what's most important. So that's, again, focus. It helps us to concentrate on priorities in our lives. So that's that joint. Number 14. No. So again, this is coming from Jesus, obviously. Well, I think, yeah. So it says Jesus right here. So when Jesus heard what had happened, he withdrew by boat privately to a solitary place. Aha. All right. So this is coming. I think this is. I gotta work on these citations again. Um, this is okay. This is from Matthew. This is the Gospel of Matthew. But basically, the context of this quote is actually rather profound. To be honest, it's coming from the Gospel. It's coming from Christianity, um, and in at least in the Gospel of Matthew, this is the first time that the Gospels specifically articulate Jesus looking for a lonely place, a quiet place. And after this particular verse, it's repeated since this point repeatedly through the rest of the Gospel of Matthew. Now, what had happened, what the event that this is referencing, when it says when Jesus heard what had happened, this is actually referencing John the Baptist being beheaded. And so when we look at the narrative of Jesus and his walk, from the Sermon on the Mount, when he essentially begins his ministry, in the narrative of the Gospel of Matthew, he goes out, he's sharing the word, he's healing people, he's going to the synagogues, he's warning people about repentance, and additionally, and so he's sharing some very, very provocative statements, and additionally, was it feathers, something about feathers, ruffling feathers, and additionally, but up to that point, like, even though he's aware, like, there's like repercussions for this and everything, he's getting challenges from the Sadducees and Pharisees. Like, it's when John the Baptist gets beheaded who is his cousin, like, he knows him since growing up. His mother and her mother, his mother and John the Baptist's mother are like kindred, so they know each other a long time now. And he just got killed. He just got done up, and so now it's like, oh wait, put a pause and everything, and like, oh, and it's the first time where it says Jesus looked for a solitary place, a lonely place, like, because the crowds are following him, the crowds are after him, and so, like, at some point, like, okay, can deal with it, can deal with the stress, everybody's trying to get with him and everything, but now it's like, oh, no, I need some space right here. So that is a very thing, because again, we're looking about like having a space to chill out and have that quiet mind, and additionally get a break from everybody just on them and everything. So it's something I think a lot of people tend to overlook, because a lot of people just so much celebrate the things that he shares, but recognizing, like, yo, wait, hold up, what about Jesus, and what about think about what he needs, and additionally, so that's part of the consideration there, of looking for that lonely, quiet place to get a break and to get a refresher. So that's 14. So then we get into the statement number 1. And so this is from Islam. This is from the Quran. This is Al-Fatiha. This is like the foundational teaching within Islam. And again, this is another formidable statement that's in this. It's in our session. It's the statement that is recited during each prayer every day. And so again, it's foundational. It's fundamental. It's formidable. But at the same time, it speaks exactly to what Corey talks about in terms of focusing. Because it says it right here, praising God, acknowledging God, thee do we worship and thine aid we seek, show us the straight way, the way of those upon whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, those whose portion is not wrath and who go not astray. So there's so much that's involved to unpack with that. But just the notion of looking for a greater guidance, and staying focused. That's a solicitation right there. And so part of the prescription in answering that call is prayer. And again, people can look at it in terms of meditation and otherwise, but in here specifically, this is part of the guidance and part of a response to that solicitation of staying focused, staying on the right path, doing what one is supposed to be doing, and additionally. So that is the consideration with this statement. The next one you had is 16.18. So 16.18, aha. All right. So now now we're talking about geopolitics right here. You shall set up judges and law enforcement officials for yourself. So this is coming from Torah. So now we just had Islam. Now we're getting to Israel and Judaism. And this is also another foundational. I mean, it's a foundational. It's a very, very well-known passage within Torah. The one line that's later in this passage is tzedek, tzedek, which is well known within Judaism. But it's justice, justice shall you pursue. So the idea is that that when getting liberation, when getting freedom from Egypt, from Mitzrayim, it's a not, again, like we talked about before, it's not a freedom to do what you like, but it's a freedom to be righteous, to walk in the way of that God gives, the mitzvot, the commandments, to be righteous. And it's only through that righteousness that the liberation is experienced. So there's a responsibility with that. It's a matter of like when people are tripping and hurting each other, to be able to identify, okay, what's right in this situation, and to be able to share accordingly. And the judgment isn't a matter of like just trying to control and telling people what to do, but it's to know what is appropriate, like who is in the right, who is in the wrong, in what way, because oftentimes it's not just one or the other, but both in different ways. So it's a matter of having a clear mind to make those decisions. And part of that is not being bribed, not saying like, oh, wait, hold up, there's the rich person right here. If I find in favor of him, oh, I'm going to get benefits of that, because that clouds people's mind. Yeah, that might happen one time, but that's going to undermine the integrity. It's going to undermine the reputation. It's going to undermine the ability to make decisions later on, continually, about what right and wrong is. So the guidance here is not to pervert justice, not to show favoritism to the rich, and not to show favoritism to the poor, and not just to like look for the underdog, because sometimes the underdog be tripping too. So it's like, yo, what is the right solution right here? And so that's the guidance here. And one of the ways of having that clear mind, again, is not to look for an advantage, not to try to get some gain from a decision, or for one's position of authority and influence, but to have integrity, to be honest, and to look at what the right thing is. So that's what's being shared here. And again, we couldn't talk about the geopolitics, about what's going on in the world today, and seeing those two statements side by side with each other. But it's so much strong congruence. I'm getting to my commentary, but I gotta hold off on that. Are you still on here with me, X?
I am. I'm right with you.
I'm going on and on and on and on, but I'm just finishing this up. We got a lot of statements in this joint. So number 6, this 6 is Bhagavad Gita, in a clean spot, having fixed a seat, a firm seat, neither too high nor too low. So it's again, when talking about the Bhagavad Gita Hinduism, I think I mentioned this before. It might have been a different conversation, but the being speaking here is Sri Krishna, and so who Sri Krishna is, and additionally, is something for discussion. One way that we look at it is Sri Krishna being like an angel, like Gabriel or Michael, or other angels that visit and talk with people. And so Sri Krishna is giving this advice to Arjuna, who's in the middle of the battlefield, literally in the middle of a battlefield, about to fight his cousins, and giving this spiritual talk about life and about God, Brahman in terms of Hindu parlance, and righteous walk. And so in this conversation, the Sri Krishna is giving this guidance about how to calm the mind, how to cultivate a mindfulness, and a clear mind. And so this is a very specific guidance and direction for practicing meditation, for practicing samadhi. And so it's a matter of like finding a quiet place, and then getting a cushion, sitting on something comfortable, sitting on the ground. And as you were speaking, as you were saying that, I'm reminded, my posture in talking to the computer and everything is not the best. And so I'm reminded about that. But sitting up straight, head erect and line, and just the whole mechanics of practicing meditation that are most conducive towards relaxation, the health of the body, health of posture, the alignments of the chakras, and then sitting quietly. And then with that, again, we go back to what the Buddha was talking about in terms of utilizing that ease of mind to go further and get further answers. And so this is the actual posture to do that, one posture of many different options. And so this was a very long statement, but part of the reason for including all of this other stuff is it's also practical and helpful, because what's later described is there's the immediate practice of meditating, of sitting quietly, and the posture involved, very, very specific and detailed. Then, in addition to that, there's a lifestyle that's recommended for further balance of mind and moderation, which is not to eat too much, not to eat too little, not to work too much, not to sleep too much, but just moderation. And so that's beneficial to keep in mind in terms of regularity and strength of routine, and discipline. So and then again later on, to help the visual of like what the process altogether is, it's like looking at a candle or a lamp in a windless place. If you ever look at a candle burning and there's in a quiet room, there's no wind or anything, and the candle is just like still and burning straight, it helps to kind of like process the stillness that is being taught in these postures and in this lifestyle. So that's one of the reasons why this passage is so long, because it includes each of those different elements that are beneficial for consideration in terms of strengthening concentration. We almost there. So that's a 16. Excuse me, that's 6. So then we have 24. 24 is now what all right, now Hugh okay, now this is one that's coming from Ming Ke, Mencius, from China, from Chinese tradition. And yo, come on, this is the wada kind of joint right here for me. But again, it says, thus, when heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, it first exercises his mind with suffering, and his sinews and bones with toil. Whoa. So the context of this, and to be honest, I'm still learning Mencius, because yo, he breaks things down, and I'm just only a few years into studying what is shared here. But basically, he's referring to, I think his name is Shun Yu, who's a historical.
In all honesty, that one is a little higher up in my books. After
Yeah,
hearing it
did I
again.
bias? Did I color it right there?
Yeah, no, I remember it when we were reading it, and I'm like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, like that was definitely higher than I put it, but I don't know where to put it though.
Yeah. That's beautiful. And so, I mean, up to this point, much of the methodology that I observe when you put things in sequence is kind of like what hits and what hits less, and that's very fair. And perhaps eventually, like in this process, because I mean that's just natural. I mean, that's probably what I would have done if this was new to me. I started doing this once I had already known these passages, so I'm already familiar with the passages, which is why I select. I mean, I know all these passages, which is why I'm going to them. So like I'm already they all hit with me. And so at this point, I kind of get to another level of like of intentionality of how I should how to put this into process. And I can give some of my explanation of why I do that. But sometimes the things that hit the most, I keep to last, because it's like, yo, it's the kicker, it's the punchline. It's like, yo, the send off. So that's why I put this at 24, because for me, and again, this is one that's comparatively new. Like most of these, I know for over 20 years. I've been studying this for over 20 years. This is what I do, by the grace of the Most High. So I know most of these for a long time. This one I only know for probably a few years, and still I gotta remember it. So when I was thinking about what to include about like focusing, like I was just like, I didn't even think about this, to be honest, directly. I was doing some research, and again, I thank Corey for soliciting this, because it helps me. It invites me to do this and like remember this joint. But yo, when I saw this, I was like, come on, what are you talking about? Of course, this is it right here. Particularly when we talk about the Black experience, and additionally, when we talk about, yo, when heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, it first exercises his mind with suffering, and his sinews and bones with toil. And it exposes his body to hunger and subjects him to extreme poverty. He gets to go through hell when he's about to get raised up high. How about that? It confounds his understanding. He thinks he's confident. He thinks he's got game. And then voila, everything is confused. He don't know what's going on. There's purpose. And then again, we talk about this with Joseph. We talked about that in previous joints. Joseph being going through the toil, and it's all for a reason. Then it says right here, by all these methods, it stimulates his mind, hardens his nature, and supplies his incompetencies. So it stimulates his mind. He's got to think about this. He's got to find the solutions on his own. He's not regurgitating. He's got to live it and learn it. And then it hardens his nature. Yo, he's seen it. He's not phased. When he sees it again, yo, I know what that is. When Moshe Rabbeinu was given those two miracles, very beginning, when God tells him, yo, you got to go back there and free your people. Moshe is like, oh, what? No, no. And so God says, yo, what's that you got in your hand? It's a staff. I direct my herd and everything else. Like God says, throw it out. Boom, it becomes a snake. Moshe is like, yo, I'm scared. And God says, don't be fearful. Grab it. He grabs it and it turns back to a stick. Wada. Right there. What did he learn? Death, snake, bite, venom. He learns the power of death. Actually, excuse me, virility. That's actually what he learns there. But anyways, that's one thing. He learns virility, the strength of like his potency, and additionally, the snake being a symbol of the phallic, and additionally, then the second miracle is put your hand into your bosom, bring it out. Oh, it's leprosy. It's white as snow. It's death, leprosy, death. So no, oh, fear, fear, fear. I'm about to die. I got leprosy. Put it back in. Boom, it's regular. Wow. So now he's not fearful of life. He's not a fearful of death. Now he's ready to go and handle his business. Go back to talk to Pharaoh in the big hierarchy and everything else. Like talk to his own people who are going to question him. Who know all his business and everything else like that. He's not afraid of death. He's not afraid of life. Now he's ready to go. And so again, right here, it hardens his nature. It gets him ready to deal with whatever he's got to deal with because he's about to go on high on that flex on that path. And then it supplies his incompetencies, whatever way he's deficient, whatever way he's been kind of like avoiding and kind of getting away with it, whatever. Like, yo, when you go through the crucible, like that solidifies things. It's not a matter of being perfect or invincible, or whatever, but like all those things that people let you get away with because they just like you or they like to get benefits or whatever. Yo, you go through the crucible, those things get hardened. So that's what I see. And then again, I think about the trot today, everybody going through their own afflictions. And additionally, when I think about history of peoples going through that, just that whole notion when heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, get ready. So the context of this is again the figure of Shun Yu, who is an historic figure in Chinese tradition, who is kind of like basically like from what I understand, a lowly peasant. Like he's just on some dude, but at the same time, yo, he's got knowledge. He's nice. He's wise. He's got like this learning. People from different traditions call it like an innate knowledge. Like he knows these things, but he hasn't been taught it by the scholars. He hasn't had a teacher he just knows it because like everybody has the truth when being born. It's just a matter of he retains it. And the thing is, he's not in line to be like the king, like to be the emperor in the Chinese hierarchy at that moment. It's somebody else. And that king sees what that person has and recognizes like, yo, he's about to be the dude. So he actually, the standing king prepares him to receive the authority. But even in that scenario, and this is what is taught in Minkuh, and I'm still like learning the details of it. But even then, like that prodigy's own parents are hating on him, like won't let him get married or anything else. Like so, the king gives the man his own daughters to marry, because that's how nice this young brother is. And so, but the young brother throughout his life, like he's had to deal with it, like the rejection and the abuse of his own parents who are just hating on him and trying to keep him down and everything else like that. But again, there's the powers of heaven are bestowed into this brother, and he rises to the point of being king eventually, but still in his own mind, still toiling because he wants his parents to approve. And additionally, and even though he's got all this wisdom and everything else like that, he still has to deal with that conflict of his parents continuing to reject him even amidst his ascension. So anyways, that's part of the challenges that he goes through. And again, I think it's something many young brethren can identify with. And again, when I saw it again, I'm just like, yo, come on, staying on path, staying concentrated, to know, to recognize that everything's for a purpose. Like when we're going through the grind, when we're going through all these challenges and these curses and everything else like that, yo, we're getting prepared for a great office. Whether we accept it or otherwise, that's another thing. But it's mindfulness because that helps us to kind of temper our aggression, to temper our frustration, to temper our hatred, to temper our retaliation or our declination into revenge or whatever else, and just be like, yo, wait, that cat's tripping. There's a purpose for that. Let me learn. Let me understand. How do I deal with this in a righteous way? So, anyways, those are some thoughts about 24.
Yeah, for that one, for 24, it even reminds you of like my purpose, my real purpose for being in Dallas. Like
Okay.
I think that was the
Aha.
shaping spot, right? So
Yeah.
and I needed there's a lot of times where I was alone, but I needed to be alone
Ah.
to work things out. So it was a good spot, but it was like I'm so glad to be out of it because now it feels like I got like kind of cheat codes that I didn't necessarily have
Ah.
prior to, being there.
Yeah, definitely, exactly. And I'm glad that you like apply that and process that within your experience. And I see what you're talking about. And that's exactly it. I mean, the things, the challenges that we experience, particularly at a younger age, there's reason for that. There's reason for everything happening. There's reason for what I experienced just yesterday. And the challenges and everything else. And um when we know that, when we know like even when we're in the midst of experiencing that, when we know that there's a purpose for it, it helps us to have patience and respond to it at that moment in a proper way, not to minimize how we an inappropriate response, because so often about the things that we experience in life, particularly the negative things that we experience in life, is the consequence of our reaction to those things. So if like there might be a small thing that is a provocation that we experience, and it in and of itself, it can be higher, it can be low. But when we respond to that, like, oh, it starts to be into that trap and envelopment and entanglement. And yes, we might have legitimate reason for responding to it in a certain way, but so much of the further exasperated consequences are the consequence of our reaction to that. So knowing that, like having that pause before we react, just to be like, yo, okay, wait, hold up. This is, oh man, this is trippy, but what am I supposed to do right here? Just have that pause right there, not to get angry. First, again, I go back to that trifecta, not to get angry, not to blame, and then not to punish. Those three things. When we recognize that in each situation, we we minimize how much we contribute to the negativity, even for our own selves. Um, Even when it's so clear, like, though, this is so much wrong. This is so much, just so wrong. Just hold up. Okay, what's going? Is this a priority? Do I need to react to this at this moment? Um, and then when we pause a little bit, then we can see like, okay, wait, hold up. Whoever's doing this, they're suffering. Like they tripping right now. I know it's not me. It can't be me. They suffering. What are they going through right now? Well, how can I help them? And even if we say that, can I help you? That sounds like we're condescending, like get back or whatever. But like genuinely within ourselves, yo, what is this person on? Like, what's going on? And then right now we're being compassionate. We're being further kind of like responsible in our reaction, and productive and constructive for a well-being outcome for all kinfolk involved. And that is, yo, when we respond to those circumstances in that way, the benefits and the blessings are beyond multifold. They're infinite because one, like I have that personal experience. Like when somebody comes at me tripping, and I'm just like, yo, what's going on? And I respond with like compassion. Like the next day, somebody comes back like, yo, I saw you the other day. I was tripping, man. Yo, sometimes and you was just like, yo, you was nice, man. I'll never forget that. So I'm like, whoa, okay. Like some things I didn't even think about, but people respond to me. I've had that multiple times. And not only that, people see that. People observe, like, yo, that was going da 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 da. That was beautiful how you handled that. And again, all thanks and praise to the Most High. But I just know from experience, like it's being watched, it's being observed, it's being remembered. And so the positive effects in responding positive are infinite. And the negative effects from responding negatively just get ourselves entangled up into that. So it behooves us to do that. And sometimes it's easier than others, having patience, having an understanding of the purpose of it, even if we just have to process that, helps in our response to that. So like when you're talking about in Dallas, like I know you're talking about the challenge, and I think I have yet to hear a lot of like the details about what you were going through in Dallas for the past few years. I mean, you talk about the bicycle, you talk about the challenges of being on the bicycle. I remember a number of the incidents that you described. I know what it's like. I mean, my first job at Amnesty International when I was in DC before I went to law school, yo,
it was a beautiful thing in terms of I was working in the DC public schools. And I like the people that I work with in terms of the office and additionally, but after work, like I just went home. I had nothing to do. And I was like, yo, wait, is this life? Like I enjoy what I'm doing. I'm not getting paid very much. I can't whatever, but but afterwards, I had nothing to do. Watch TV. I didn't have energy to read a book or anything else like that. I'm like, yo, what's going on? Like I didn't have people to talk to. Everybody that I thought I knew in DC actually lived outside of DC unless somebody had cars or whatever else. We didn't have like social media or whatever. So it was just like I was sitting by myself in a basement flat in a house. Just that's it. Worked the next day. And I'm just like, whoa, wait, hold up. Is this life? I'm just being in school, we're accustomed to seeing people on a daily basis. We get tired of it if we're living in a dorm. Yo, I got to get away from people. But we sometimes we take for granted what it's like to be in social interaction with people on a regular basis, and to feel the energy, to know that there's something going on. Even cats is tripping, there's still cats is cool. But just to be in an environment where like, yo, I'm staying by myself. I ain't got nobody to talk to. Ain't nothing going on here. Uh, and then everything else that we're experiencing, being away from family, money's tight, transportation, this, that, and the other. I'm dealing with work situation. Like it can be an existential malaise, particularly when we're at a younger age. So I remember, and I know it sounds like that you experienced some of that when you're in Dallas. Like I said, you tell me some things, but I'm sure there's a lot further that you have yet to tell me. But again, there's purpose for it. And I'm glad that you're able to see some of that from some perspective. I'm glad that you're in a circumstance where you feel increasingly in a comfort and a supported and meaningful environment for your stage in life at this moment, and learning the lessons because we do those things that we do experience that angst with are also the processes of learning. Like again, it's the classroom. So sometimes it has to be like a very long classroom of just like maybe it seems like detention study or whatever, detention hall or whatever. But that's purposeful as well. So anyways, that's what we get from 24. 24/7. How about that? Um, so, anything? I'll just finish up the last one because we got one statement further, and then we can further reason. I'm interested in hearing what some of your thoughts are. Hearing some of the explanation of some of the statements. Hearing what your thoughts are. I don't see your face, so I'm not gauging what your reactions are as I'm saying things. I'm just presuming you're still on
Yeah.
the line. And additionally, so just statement 117. That this to conclude up the whole thing. This is coming from Haudenosaunee. This is coming from Gaya Neshagoa, the law of the great peace. And so in this Digganaweeda, the great peacemaker, it's a long story. But at some point they're putting the tribes together. The tribes are at warfare with each other, like nasty business. People, brother even against brother, killing each other. All different types of dirt going on. So the Digganaweeda, the peacemaker, arrives and says, "Y'all, we gotta get this together. We gotta put the tribes together, find a way to cooperating with each other." So they go tribe by tribe. Each one signs on. He's got this contract, like the Constitution that the U.S. Constitution is based on. We talked about this before, huh? So he got to go by tribe.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah, and he said he forgot about the women. Yeah.
that.
They got to go tribe by tribe to get to sign each tribe on for each tribe to sign on. So then they got all the tribes signed on except for one, and the leader of the one tribe, and he's not even like the leader per se, tough right. He's just some powerful, nasty dude. He's a cannibal, but he's got these like strong powers, and nobody can get near him. Nobody can touch him because he's just so strong and powerful. The only way that they can get it to him to kind of and he's got to be on board. He's got to sign on too because otherwise everything falls apart. So they got to deal with him. Um, and so Digganaweeda has a peace song, so that they can even just approach him, get near him, to talk with him. And so this peace song is a way of keeping the thoughts positive. Like they're like on a spiritual path right now. They're off the earthly. They got to go into the spiritual realm to get to this brother. And to get into that spiritual realm, they got to have their minds clear. They got to focus all together. And so to do that, they had this song of peace that Digganaweeda teaches everybody. And that's what's being addressed right here. He teaches people this song of peace so that then when they're marching to go to the area where Onondaga, oh, excuse me, where his name is Adadoro, When they go to the place where Adadoro lives, like they gotta all be together. They all gotta all be positive mind. And this song is a way of keeping everybody focused on that. And at first, like there are a number of people who sing the song. Like it's not Digawida himself who does it. He teaches other people to sing it. But along the way, like the leader who's singing the song like loses his concentration. And so another leader has to step in and take the lead of singing the song. And so it goes on and on and on, all the way to the point that they get to Adadoro. And when they get to Adadoro, by that point, all the other leaders had like kind of fallen off. So Diganuida himself has to sing the song. So they do that. They get to Adadoro. Then Diganuida is like Adadoro. He's known as like having a crooked back and everything else like that, but just like these tremendous powers. And so when Diganuida is able to approach him, just like Jesus healing the people, the cripples, and additionally, Diganuida is able to heal Adadoro and clear his mind, so that then Adadoro is able to see the light and see the benefit of the law of the great peace. And so Adadoro signs on to the law of the great peace. He's actually one of the leaders and has a very significant responsibility in the Confederation, because he has that leadership. And additionally, but that's part of what is being taught here. And so the point of this is the songs, the power of songs to keep our minds straight. Just today, on my way over here, I shared some songs with kinfolk. I shared the peace song, the one I sang on at the beginning of this joint. I sang "Lift Every Voice and Sing," the joint we sang a week ago. Ho, we still got that on the agenda today. So be prepared. I brought this with me, and I imagine you're smiling at least. I don't know if you're laughing. You might be on mute, but that's okay. But
Yeah,
anyway,
I laughed a bit. I
but
laughed a bit.
I can't. I better. You better. You got obligation anyway. But that's again the power of song. The positivity, the lifting of spirits. We talked about it before. When we sing a song, we're in a cipher at that point, and we're beyond time and space. We're in a cipher with all our ancestors, with all the people who sing that song too. That's part of the energy within the songs, and particularly the importance of knowing positive songs, affirmational songs. When we sing those songs, everybody who we ever sang that song with is in the room at that moment. Everybody who taught them and sang the songs with them is in the room at that moment. That's the power of the song. So I was sharing with the sister earlier today, like when you hear a song and like you like it and it sounds nice and everything. One of the telltale signs if the song is positive and helpful for you is if you can listen to it over and over and over and over again. Put it on loop and listen to it for hours. When you can do that with a song, then you know it's medicine. And if you can't do that with a song, then you know it's not medicine. And so even though it might be like, oh, catching everything else like that, you might get a hangover the next day. So again, helpful to know, make the distinction between the two, and then actually listen to what's being taught in those songs, that particularly the medicine songs, and study that. Who's singing that? Where they get that from? Oh, what's going on? And learn further. So I think I mentioned to you that those were my teachers back in law school, and to this day. So that's again, here we have the teaching of that again for focusing the mind, having songs that help us to do that. We come from people African ancestry come from that experience here in the United States, come from that experience of singing in the fields, singing under the affliction, and to get through all of that. And all peoples come from this history of song. I talked with the elder on the way to the library here about the power of songs and the importance of songs and the same experience. And it's not just an African thing; it's around all cultures and all ethnicities. All people come from cultures of singing, and singing in the field, singing through affliction, and additionally, we may have different histories of that, and additionally, but it's a universal experience. So that's part of the guidance.
There's a recent song though, I will say though, Peter, that I know is definitely not like medicine, but I can't stop playing it. But
You're addicted.
it's just because, yeah. So,
Okay.
but like listening to it, I'm like, yo, this is definitely not what I should be listening to. But I listen to like the instrumental now, so I like the like. There's a other element. I guess I like it more for its beat than its message.
That's exactly what the uncle and I were talking about earlier today on my way here to the library. Is that he was mentioning a number of different groups. Like he very much appreciates the instrumentality, and everything else like that. but it's just like the lyrics is just it ain't the most positive. And so he can appreciate everything about the song except for the actual, I won't say the song, but the lyrics and the words itself. And I mentioned to him, like when I'm growing up, like hip hop, that's much of hip hop for me, even to this day. But I remember even back in the 90s, particularly when I was at Hampton. Now the thing at HBCU, we hear like the underground hip hop. I don't know what the scene is today and how people get their music all around and everything, but back in those days we had mixtapes, mix CDs, and everything else like that. And so at an HBCU, we're having kinfolk from black kinfolk from all the different kind of hoods from all around, all from the West Coast, East Coast, South, Midwest, everywhere. And each brethren brought like the underground from their particular city. So like we had the things that people were not listening to, people didn't weren't put on like even in their own cities. And so that's the culture. When we're going through the dormitories, we're hearing the bumps. And he's like, yo, what's that right over there? We're hearing all different type of flavors. And it's beautiful. It's awesome. We're like, okay, we see you, we see you. And then if we start hearing the lyrics, we're like, okay, he got some flow. All right, he got some swagger. We didn't use the word swagger back in those days, but he's got this and then the other, so we can appreciate that. So we get introduced to so much, and it's very rich, very appreciative of that. Now, that being said, when we look at the actual lyrics and the substance that's being articulated, it's a lot of knucklehead stuff and it's not positive. And it's teaching people now to be, there is a genuineness in terms of like they say what the people are talking about, what people know very often. I mean, we had the whole thing about the studio gangster type thing, but a lot of times guys are just talking about what their life is, and like just being honest about that and genuine and expressive, doing the best, not even trying to necessarily be like kingpin or whatever, but just like, yo, we representing our hood. That's what it was back in our day. So it was genuine, but at the same time, representing the hood in and of itself isn't necessarily positive, because if the hood is just about this, that, and the other, and cats getting over on each other, and that's what cats are promoting and representing the hood, we got to get to something further than that. And so I remember even the things that were popular. I have to think about how much I call out certain names because my point is not to do shade. I'll say this: there are some cats like the epitome of cats in hip hop during that period, early 90s, that were well known. Like you could not go to the club and not hear this. You could not go through the dormitory and not hear this. The production is all laced and everything else like that. And so again, like I can appreciate all the different elements of it, except for I could appreciate like the intelligence that is communicated and like respect. I'm like, yo, okay, that was intelligent right there. The wordplay, the lyricism of like the putting the words together, the poetic devices, and additionally that are being utilized, that
Yeah.
awesome genius right there. But what's actually being
Right.
slanging dope, abusing women, killing dudes.
Hmm.
No. And so in terms of, we can find that beneficial for ourselves, we can find it entertaining, and additionally we can we can tolerate it when we listen to when others are listening to it around us. But when it comes down to what we teach our children, what we teach the next generation, nah, that ain't it. And again, when we look at what we are supported, like the community around us, when the knowledge that we are acquiring, the personal archives of the lyrics that we're learning and that we're perpetuating, in terms of what the community supports us to perpetuate, um, that's not it in the long term. And so when we think about culture, the purpose of culture, it's not just entertainment. It's not just a matter of getting views or getting likes or getting money. The purpose of culture is to continue the teachings of the ancestors, our ancestors, to inform us and guide us through the challenges of life. That's the purpose of culture. And if what we're learning, if what we're memorizing, if what we're committing to our hearts and our heads isn't giving us that guidance, then the community is not going to support us. And in the long term. And so it behooves us to learn the culture that is supported. As I told the sister today, I sang the peace song that I sing all the time. And one sister's like, I like that song. And I was like, it's a children's song. It's positive energy. I sang Lift Every Voice and Sing. And I said to the sister, yo, when you know these songs, you know your culture, but you also know a job, because now you can go to the schools, you can go to the libraries, you can go to the community centers, you can go to the congregations and be like, yo, I got songs. What's happening? I got stories. What's happening? Here we go. And then afterwards, they'll be like, yo, we like that. Here's some food. Oh, yo, we like that. Here's some clothes. Here's some supplies. Here's some shelter. That's occupation right there. And so that's when the culture is valuable. That's what, and again, it's not a matter of having a lot of views. It's not a matter of it like trending or anything else like that. It's a matter of what you can teach the children. And you might not get a lot of money. It might not be a lot of riches and bling bling and everything else like that, but it's sustainable. It's enduring because it's valuable, because it's redeeming and it's healthy. It provides a long-term benefit. So, and kinfolk who are in those positions, teachers, administrators, parents, clergy, those who are in those positions that have a responsibility for the well-being of the children in their community know that and value that. They might not have a lot of money to put up, but they might have an extra room someplace. They might have other things that are available that are needed to do things that we need to do in this life. So again, it helps to have that mindset. Quelling the ambitions and quelling the selfishness, recognizing the importance of what is needed, the difference between what is a want and what is a need, what is essential and what is not essential, um, and making decisions along those lines. I can share again. I shared my sequence before in terms of the numbers. I got to review it for a second to give some type of logic about explaining myself.
And then I got a question for you too
Go ahead, brother.
that deals
And
with
again, I'm working. We were talking about a shot in the dark in our previous conversation. I watched the whole thing, yo. I watched the whole thing. Our previous 3.5 hour joint. And we
yeah.
were talking about shots in the dark. So right now I'm working in the dark. So I can't feed off of like your facial reactions or whatever else. So I invite you to be further proactive if you can to let me know like when you want to jump in. You don't have to keep it on mute either. But
Okay,
otherwise,
yeah, no,
I'm just
I was just gonna ask you a question on top of that because I know you're gonna go through your sequencing.
okay.
So I was gonna ask um in terms of like keeping focus or like being on task, what like I guess throughout your studying, what has helped you like stay focused in terms of studying?
Okay. Um, so it's I had actually a story about that that helps me guide. And I mean I'll give like the spoiler alert first. I mean, or just I'll give like the punchline at the end of the story. Meaning
Okay.
rather than just telling the whole story, because it's a valuable story. It's about like it's actually my story of when I'm your age and when I start to like make my decision in life. And I remember in a previous conversation, Corey asked me the question about like how is it that I don't sell out, quote unquote, or presumably, and people can argue if I've already sold out or whatever, but like
Yeah.
how do I not like just like at least during some stage in my life beforehand, how have I not like just like relented into that notion of just like assimilating or whatever else? And I'm at that moment, like my immediate response is like, I've tried, like but I
Yeah.
just couldn't like to be honest, like another like explanation of that of trying, like I just saw the futility of just like doing that, just like that's not going anywhere, like, and anyways, but to answer to respond directly to what you're soliciting about like identifying how I stay on focus. One, I'm susceptible to temptations. I was talking with Brother Corey, in our recent conversations when he visited here too a few weeks ago, I guess a month or two ago, mentioning some of the challenges, like even just the internet vortex. Why I don't have a phone right now because it has a power that I have yet to be reconciled with, and so because of that, I have to recognize like, yo, this has an influence over me that's beyond my capacity of effectively managing. And so that's one of the reasons I don't have a phone. I don't have access to the internet in the domicile where I live because I know how significantly influential it is. So that when I'm by myself, like it's just like whoom, and I just get like fixated. I'm uncertain how like people get anything done who have a phone, to be honest, because I know how much
Right.
I know how much I've influenced. I'm like, yo, this thing has awesome mind power control for me to just be there. And I know for myself, like I think I have some skills in terms of being disciplined with the mind and everything else like that. So if I'm having this difficulty, I'm not better or worse than anybody else, but Like, how does anybody get things done who has a phone? Now, I know there's certain things I observe in this process, and I have yet to answer directly your question, but there are
Yeah.
some things I've learned specifically in this challenge of the internet that helps. And I'm still like working it out. One thing I recognize is that it's helpful to be in a social environment, because I think that quells the influence of the internet, and it's just kind of like tunneling, like just like kind of, I keep thinking the Matrix, and the Matrix kind of just like is such a metaphor for the things that we're experiencing in the moment. But I just think of those tentacles kind of like getting into the mind and just like, gee. So being directly in a social environment where people are immediately around us, that helps to balance everything, the influences of the internet. So if somebody's living by themselves, like myself at the moment as a bachelor, and like for the most part, particularly in the evening, when the body is tired, when the mind is tired, it's increasingly susceptible to that zoning in, because what I observe is like the internet gives energy, like it's mind energy. And so it's a droning energy. So it's just enough energy just to keep watching until one like gets too fatigued and just falls. But just the whole thing of scrolling, that just swiping, boom, boom, doesn't take a lot of energy, doesn't take a lot of thought. Click, point here
Yeah,
to
they call that doom scrolling.
doom scrolling. Voila. See, you're giving me all these
Yeah.
new terms. Doom scrolling. Whoa, that's a very strong euphemism right there. But yo,
Right.
but the thing is to recognize the internet gives energy. When you see a woman in a bathing suit, yo, that's energy right there. You are getting energy. You are being energized
Mhm.
for a certain point. For a certain point. Um, and so that might be just enough to keep on swiping to see that advertisement for this or to see that advertisement for that, and then get a little bit fatigued, a little bit fatigued, and then oh, another woman in a bathing suit, wada, and then another energy. And I mean, there's just so much I know there's just so much mechanisms and intentionalities with how it's done. But what I observe the effect is just there is a feed of energy that's coming in. But at the same time, the internet needs those the feed that goes into it as well. Um, and what helps when a man, particularly if, in my own experience, when a man is by himself at night, when everything is kind of like shutting down, that is when he's increasingly susceptible to that kind of enslavement, to the doom scrolling. Where you said it was doom scrolling or doom swiping?
Doom scrolling.
Doom scrolling. Okay, interesting. So that's what I observe. And so to counter that, to help benefit with that is again to be in a social environment, to be not by oneself, to be able to talk with somebody. And additionally, now I've seen people kind of have their mutual doom scrolling where they sit in company with each other and they're both just in that thing. So I have less experience with that, but I am aware that when people are around, there is less of a susceptibility to that kind of like uh, that negative channeling. So, um,
Right.
but in the meanwhile, I just know for myself, I have yet to come to a solution in terms of healthily managing the internet interaction. So it's just absence, and when I'm absent from it, yo, my mind is just so much clearer. I feel better. My rest is easier. I am able to get into a regular sleep pattern again because I've been through the night days on end just in that kind of vortex. But you sound like you're about to say something.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
Okay. All right. So, but oh yes, and to answer your question, how do I stay on track? Other than giving all these roundabout answers. So I was thinking about sharing a story in this session, and I may still if there's an interest in availability, but the punchline or the point of the story is this. When I was at your age, when I was at that stage of life, when I'm about your age, mid-20s, thereabouts, graduating law school, all these demands being put on me about
Yeah.
people wanting me to go in all these different directions, family, friends, different communities that support me for years and years and years, wanting me to do specific things different from each other, wanting me to take the bar, to practice, and then to be able
Mhm.
to provide some kind of benefit to each of the communities accordingly. All these different things that I wasn't about to do, and even things that I wanted to do, but like I can't do everything. And I'm trying to like find out, well, yo, what do I do? I talked to my dad, and I love my dad, a blessed memory, so much. We didn't always agree, and he wanted me to take the bar, but at the same time, I mean, he was so generous, and so patient, and so understanding, and so giving. that even though he had his own ideas of what he wants me to do for a long time, he would talk about this for years and years and years, even amidst his own interests of what he wanted. And him hooking me up, him like calling favors from friends and
Yeah.
everything, hooking me up and everything, so serious. But at the same time, not holding it over my head. This is what he says to me. He says, focus on what's important and everything else settles itself. That's it. And it's for me to discern what is important, what the priorities are. Now, that might seem like a blank answer, like, wait, what, huh? What am I supposed to do? Tell me directly, tell me explicitly. But that's not the type of dude I am. And he knows that. That's how, I mean, he knows I'm already my own kind of man for a long time. And so, and that's how he is. And so he knows, like, if he tells me exactly what to do, I ain't gonna do that. What? But he tells me what I need to know, and what helps, that is very, very beneficial for somebody like myself. So, and that's very helpful because it doesn't necessarily answer itself immediately overnight. But to think about it, for just focus on what's important. Don't try to figure out the answer for everything at that moment, or yay or nay here, but just focus on what's important, and everything else, all the other expectations, all the other obligations, all the other, like, people like saying, oh, you got to do this and the other, that sorts itself out. Focus on what's important. And it's not easy. It's not easy. It was very painful to let go of. I don't let go of any relationship, but to see the distancing of people progressing in other things, like invitations not happening as much, and being like, yo, wait, hold up, when are we gonna see each other again? That's tough. And so that's part of the pains of life, particularly when meeting so many beautiful people, traveling to so many beautiful places, having so many beautiful experiences. Eventually, again, as I was saying before, we get to that stage of life where it's not just a matter of opportunities and everything's expansive, it's a matter of commitment and obligating ourselves to certain things. And it's a painful transition in life because we're letting go of all those different possibilities and all the euphoria of those possibilities, and we're focusing on. But it's another beauty to focus on committing ourselves, because then we get into the intricacies, and we get further introduced to what it means to be in commitment, what it means to serve, what it means to be in relationship, and the other experience of pledging in terms of day in and day out being part of that. So focusing on what's important, everything else sells itself. One of the things I shared in our previous conversation, I think I was talking about Brother Corey. It might have been a conversation with you as well. But I was talking about being in a fraternity, and one of the things and this might actually have been a conversation you and I have, being in a fraternity, and in the fraternity we're given, like, this is something we're taught about taught being online, which is our priorities in that process. So God, family, books, frat, God, family, books,
Yeah.
and Kappa.
Yeah.
So
We probably
that
talked about that
helps.
like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, so that helps that's very clear. Like, God, number one, beyond everything. And that's for each of us to discern what that actually is. I have kinfolk who are very dear and close who are essentially atheists and be like, yeah, nah. So, but at the same time, whatever one believes is in terms of like the ultimate authority, ultimate power, ultimate purpose, there has to be something that people acknowledge, particularly people who have a benevolent kind of inclination, that's beyond one's own self, that has a purpose beyond one's own self. And we can talk about that. But even in that respect, that's the priority. That's the big thing. Then we have the family relationships, family obligations, and additionally, then we have study, when we're in our formal student days. When we're from that, then we can talk about work, what our service is to humanity, to life, to our community. That's the third priority, and then the things after that. Um, Social, friends, to be honest, that's part of service in many ways. If it's not part of service, then we have to recognize, okay, well, you know what, maybe in terms of the priorities, that's four or further. So, and that's beneficial to recognize. So, particularly when we're younger and kind of like getting into that mode of having responsibilities and people relying upon us, and having increasing amount of regularity within our routines in terms of people relying upon us, showing up and teaching and leading and providing our service. So, So that's another guideline that helps in terms of prioritizing. And then, I mean, uh, a lot of these teachings are what I actually practice. I like when I finished when I graduated from law school, and I had to like find my path, focusing on what's important. It's studying these, to be honest, because um there was something I was prepared something to share in this joint. I have to see if I wrote it down here. Um, okay. Okay. I'm going to pause a second and try to gather my thoughts here.
Oh, good.
Hmm. Well, I have yet to kind of like definitively recall what I was thinking about, but I'm right there. And rather than just
Yeah.
like talk, or rather than just like try to like think about it, what I'm actually, as I'm trying to think about that, I'm reminded of something else, and I'll talk about this and see if we can get to that point, God willing. But even in determining like what is important, how do we do that? How do we decide for ourselves individually, for our own selves, respective selves? How do we identify what's important, what the priority is? And so even when we talk about God, like, okay, so God is important. So what does that mean I do on my day-to-day basis? So one way that I find beneficial to how to like translate that notion of God as priority and everything else contextualized along those lines. How does that translate to our daily behavior? How does that translate to like life for the next month,
Right.
year, for the next decade? So that goes back to some things we discussed before about purpose, finding what our purpose is in this life. Um, and that helps us part of the way we in our tradition identify purpose is in relationship with God, recognizing that the divine spirit exists within ourselves, and that we are brought into this earth, into this earthly realm to provide service. That's part of our purpose in this life. That service is healing other life. That's what we see as our purpose in this life. And we each have a specific skill set, a specific instinct, a specific talent to do that. So for some it might be teaching, for some it might be cleaning, for some it might be medicine, physical medicine. So for some, it may be athleticism, exercising the body in addition. So there are all different ways of providing healing, and each one is sacred. Cleaning is one of the most sacred services. When we think about how foundational that is to hospitality, how foundational that is to healing and additionally. So every 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 genuine occupation is sacred service of healing one way or the other. So we each have a skill for that. So for each of us, it's a matter of identifying what our purpose is generally, and then what is it that how do we provide that service? How do we provide that healing? And so one way for each of us to answer that is like this is something I think about amidst our recent conversations. Um, one thing is to just think about what you do in life, that what you do regularly or what you've ever done in life, where you're not looking at a clock, that you're just doing it, you're enjoying it, it's fulfilling, it's meaningful, and you're not even thinking about time, you're not even thinking about the clock. What are those things that you're doing? It might be being with family, it might be being with friends, it might be listening to music, it might be having a conversation about religion or culture or politics or something like that. It might be sport. It might be rowing on the water and just being out there for hours and hours and not even thinking about time, not thinking about the clock. But whatever it is, those things that you're doing, any and all of it, whatever those things you are that you're doing, recognizing that's your proclivity, that there's something to that. And so when you're able to like maybe put a list or just like brainstorm, like what are those things? Like I'm not even thinking about time. I'm not even worried about the clock. Yo, let's keep on doing this. It's raining. Who cares? Let's keep rolling. Let's go. What are those things that you're doing? Then from that, recognizing what your personal skill is in facilitating that, how nice you are at doing it, and what prospect of your skill is, like what capacity you have to learn how to do that better, how to share that better. And then when you're getting like, you know what, I like doing this, but my skill set is only so I like doing this and I have a better skill set in that, or I can see myself easier doing that. That now we're starting to develop that path and that intentionality and that walk in life of being supported. And then from that, when narrowing that list down a little bit in terms of looking at it as a vocation in life, then it's a matter of answering the question about how much do people value this? How much do people in what ways and how much do people support this service that I find I have an affinity towards and that I have a skill in providing? How much are people actually, how much do other people value that? And then when one is able to identify, you know what, here's a few things that I do that people value, that people regularly like support materially. All right, then it's a matter of like, okay, who's doing it? Who knows how to do it? How does one do it? How does it get done? Can I be an apprentice? Can I find a teacher that helps to give me guidance in doing this? And then find your way into doing it and actually providing that service. So that's again specifically in terms of vocation of one's work in life, the actual service that one provides. And I noticed that's a word that you're using in recent conversations, Xavier, and I appreciate that. And so I want to speak to that as well. And so I'm gonna pause here to see if there's anything that you have in response to that, any questions or any statements that you want to say in regards to that, if that answers some of the question that you asked.
Yeah, it really did answer a lot of the questions, and that's why I'm just letting you go on
I'm just
yours.
you let him cook, let him cook.
Let him cook it for
Oh,
sure, for sure.
no, that's a very strong honorific from the young generation. I can't do that for myself. I can't say that to myself, but that's what I think about when I hear you say that.
And that's exactly what I'm thinking in all
Okay,
honesty.
beautiful. So, yo, I can cook. I can keep cooking then. If that's all right.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
that's how I'm figuring out how to really, because we talked about this earlier, but how do you put things in order? What
Yeah.
are you like? What are you mainly like focusing on? So like, yeah, in terms of God, what does that mean? Do I
Okay.
spend time with God daily? You know what I'm
Wow.
saying? Things like that.
Yeah. Okay. Be careful what you ask for. I'm presuming you're laughing at least, or smiling.
Exactly. No, I said exactly.
I read so much from the reactions, brother. So I gotta have, if there's not the visual, I gotta have some verbal because
No, I got you. I got
I
you.
got levels I gotta gauge on. All right. So a few thoughts. There's something I was thinking about immediately to share. Again, after pause.
Sorry, Peter. I'm also babysitting, so
No,
that's
it's fine.
the.
Beautiful, beautiful, brother. Beautiful. I appreciate that. Is that brother sincere in there? Young brother, young blood sincere.
Say hi. Hi.
Peace and blessings, young dread. So I'm just pausing here, being patient and kind of recollecting my thoughts. I was talking about what we do regularly and being compensated for that as a vocation. Oh, all right. So I'm gonna go to the
I do
punchline.
remember what I was gonna say onto that though, on that point. That's what I'm trying to realize too with coaching, and I realize that in certain areas, your demand is you'll get more money. Basically, they'll give you more resources depending on what area you're in my opinion. So like in rowing, like rowing does not pay that well in Cleveland.
Okay.
In Dallas, like they were throwing it at, you know what I'm saying?
Interesting. Yeah, and I mean I know less about the details in terms of those specifics, but yeah, I mean the market conditions can vary different for different from different locations and different industries. So those are some of the specifics of that experience. But um uh what I was about to say actually is the punchline. So one of the stories that I thought about sharing for today's session was actually about like my life experience getting to that stage of life where you are at this moment, and then all the factors that influenced my decisions at that moment, even beyond my awareness, like just intuitively what was going on with me, what I was wrestling with, and trying to make decisions that guided me from that point to where I am today. And I'm not saying like this is success story or whatever else. I do think it's a tremendous path, and I'm no better or worse than anybody else, but I walk with God. And that's something that I would not be necessarily saying 20-25 years ago, or even had the vocabulary, spiritual vocabulary to make that proclamation. So I am thankful for that, but at the same time, there are very many challenges. Still without a wife and children that I know of, and further. So there are a lot of things that at 25 years ago I would think, yo, Peter, you've got to have this. But anyways, all that being said, everything's for a reason. But one thing I'll say is that 25 years ago, I guess, am I saying 25 years ago? Is that long? Oh, I'm not at 25 years ago yet. I'm still at 20 years ago. Ha ha. Hey, we're gonna say 20 years ago. 20 years ago. I'm not that old. 20 years ago, when I was making those decisions, when I was going through that process, what I just mentioned in terms of looking at the skill, the service that I provide, what I do in life with that I'm not looking at the clock, and that I genuinely value, that I find meaningful, and the skill that I have within it, and how people value it. What I looked at that point, again 20 years ago, when I'm in law school and when I'm getting ready to graduation, think about, yo, what am I going to be doing with my life if I'm not going to be practicing law? Like, what am I going to be doing? What I basically saw, and again, looking at all the different constituencies, and this is helpful to hear like the backstory about like what all the conditions and people that precipitate this stage of my life. But to get to the punchline, it basically got down to multiculturalism, of just like kumbaya, and people getting together, working together from different backgrounds for a shared purpose, for common interest, and additionally. And I knew like not everybody's about that, but I also knew like a lot of people talk about that. A lot of communities talk about that. There's so many initiatives, universities, corporations, community groups, even in the political sense, in Washington D.C., in the Potomac area, even the different ethnic based political action groups speak in some way about coalition building. And additionally, so I know there's a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of propaganda about multiculturalism. And I estimated, just like very perhaps amateurishly or perhaps naively or otherwise, but I estimate, and I wouldn't say naively, because I was deep into the thing, and I could see like a lot of people rah 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 about that. So I estimated that somehow amidst all these propaganda, people are putting all this, even just the money for the propaganda, in terms of maybe a staff person being designated to guide this initiative of coalition building, the advertisements and all the making signs. I mean, there's a lot. There's monies and time in additionally being invested in these, even just in the propaganda. So even amidst that infrastructure of just the propaganda itself, then there's an opportunity for doing a modest venture, of just living a very basic lifestyle, with that same kind of budget, to do something that is meaningful. That may be like long-term planting seeds of like long, big, huge, later down the road type of change. So that's what I'm estimating, and that's all. I'm not trying to like be big or whatever at that time 20 years ago. I'm just like, yo, I'm figuring like these communities are investing so much just on the propaganda alone, that just with a portion of that earmarked for this venture on the side to do its own little thing. During that period, I have a strong network of young professionals from all different type of communities that was like, yo, let's do it. So we had the elements together just to get the backing from the elders, just the backing from the old school to be like, okay, here's young blood, here's a nugget, and go do your thing. That's what I'm working on. And up to that point, I had so much support from all different communities, from Black folk, from white folk, and additionally, that guides me through law school and what I'm doing. So I'm thinking, okay, I've been getting this support all this time, and I've been talking about community upliftment and everything else like that this whole time. I've been talking about kumbaya. That's what I'm about, and I've been getting support for this. So I'm thinking it's just very natural. Just okay, I'm not trying to like take over the world or whatever, but just get this nugget and do this small thing here. So all that being said, the service I recognized that I provided was multiculturalism. I'm mixed. I genuinely love everybody. I get along with everybody. That's the service I provide. And so what I perhaps overestimated was how much people actually value that service, because as I was getting closer and closer to the point of graduation, um, and and getting closer to the point of like actually committing to vocation and like, okay, this is the set I'm claiming. And additionally, what I recognized is when it came down to it, how all the different factions did not seriously, like genuinely value kumbaya and did not genuinely long term value multiculturalism.
It was
And
just at
so,
like a face value.
yeah, it was a very quid pro quo kind of thing of like, yo, we'll invest so much for this particular campaign for 2 years, and that's it. We'll get as much as we can out of it for 2 years, and then let it go. Whoever's involved with it gets reassigned someplace else,
Right.
and each one goes on their own way. And it's difficult to see that as a youngster, and additionally, nobody's going to say that out loud, because and everybody, it's like a tacit agreement. Everybody involved, all the different groups, all the Rainbow Coalition. I don't want to call things out, but all the different groups that are involved know that themselves. They don't say that, but it's a tacit understanding. Like, okay, let's do this thing for 2 years, and afterwards, we're not going to mess with each other afterwards. So it seems like everybody's getting along, da, 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 da. But lo and behold, like cats don't mess with each other. 2 years, nah, nothing. And it might be another 5, 10 years before doing anything else like that again. And so that's what I've begun to understand. So when I'm getting closer to that point of actually committing and like, okay, I didn't see anybody doing this. I didn't see like multicultural think tanks or multicultural political action groups or whatever. So I'm thinking, okay, here's my avenue for like be pioneering in this notion of multiculturalism. But there is a reason why there was an absence of that. And I was beginning to learn, because as I was doing that, although all that support that I was receiving for years and years and years, all those phone calls of the teachers and the people, I don't use the word mentor, that's a negative thing, but all the people who've given me advice, who've like looked out, that I would call up on the spot, like, yo, I need, can you help me out with this question? And I wouldn't ask for money or anything, but just like guidance. Yo, people were not answering the phone call at that point. People were not picking up the phone. People were not calling me back. And I'm like, oh, what's going on? And again, I just started to recognize, oh, wait, hold up. If I'm not committing to that particular faction, they're not messing too tough with me. And now, okay, he's getting to that point of getting, and a lot of people, a lot of groups back a student when that person is a student. One, because that student can become part of the community itself, but also when backing that student, that community has access to the people around that student, access to the university, access to other students. And additionally, so it's not just about being connected with the students, it's about being connected with everything that, for example, like in law school, a law student has access to the research library at the law center, which is extremely expensive. And so nonprofit agencies that have very low budgets, when they have a law student intern, they don't pay that law student intern anything. The law student intern can get experience on their resume and everything else like that. But what the nonprofit agency gets is access to everything that student has access to. Say, hey, we got this project we're working on, and we need some research done in this, that, and the other. Hey, why don't you go help us do that? And so the law student says, okay, sure. He goes to, or he or she goes to their own search services. That's extremely expensive, does the work and gives it to the nonprofit. Voila, that could have cost the nonprofit much bank, but now they got it for free. So again, there's tangible benefits that people have for backing students that students may not necessarily be very much aware of. That was a comparatively obvious example, but it goes further. But my point is, when I was going through that myself, I'm thinking, just because for years and years, from undergrad through business school through law school, I'm having cats who've been supportive to me for years. All of a sudden, I haven't heard from them since then for 20 years.
And I was just gonna ask, do you think that, because I felt that in a way as it's like an academic wall, and
What
the
do you
way
mean
that I
by
put it is like, in the academic space, you kind of do have those like opportunities, but they're kind of like, they kind of are within that. You will still have to be within that. You know what I'm
that?
saying? So
Yeah,
like what you were
fixed
just saying,
environment.
like
Yeah. And those are privileges that are only conferred to students who are paying tuition. In addition,
exactly.
and the same thing doesn't apply to alumni or otherwise. And so it's a very and it's beneficial to be mindful of that, and to select for. I tell my kindred who now have students, children who are preparing to be students at university, to look at what that university's relationship is with their alumni, and how they treat their alumni, because oftentimes it's very much like a cruise ship, of just like, for 4 years you party up and there's all the different types of things, all these benefits, but afterwards, unless you give us money, we don't ain't nothing to do with you. So that tells about the relationship and the experience, and the meaningfulness, within those types of experiences and relationships. So um, in my experience, again, when looking at, again, that question of valuation, about how much the communities value this particular service of multiculturalism, didn't see people doing it, didn't see people I didn't see multicultural, like I said, think tanks or political action groups, or organizations in and of themselves. There were coalitions that were like funded by a collective of factions, but there were few institutions specifically predicated and administrated in a genuinely multicultural way. And I find out why that is. So that was one of the challenges. Now, at the same time, what I recognize is that I know it's still valued. I know that people still need it. Humanity needs it. And even though the institutions may be under supported or undervalued, the service is still very needed, necessary, because, again, as I mentioned, like, a certain initiative might get funded for 2 years or whatever, then that's it. But again, a few years down the road, another one is needed, like it's desperate. And if it's not done, then there's tumultuousness, there's violence between communities and indigenous. So the community in the United States particularly needs multiculturalism to sustain itself. So it is a very desperate need that society has. The challenge is that there still, to this day, 20 years later, the United States still has yet to, in my knowledge, and I'm very deep in knowledge about, at least until recent years, it still has yet to establish, well, I'm trying to be positive and affirmational, but the institutional infrastructure and institutional methodology of providing that multicultural service is still very much lacking, and is still very much nascent, and is still very much suppressed, or there's still the significant obstructions towards effective multiculturalism. Now, things are evolving, and things are evolving past, like, the U.S. kind of homogenous or divisiveness. And so that's just the nature of civilization. So there is increasing support for multiculturalism, for institutional multiculturalism, and further. But at that time, 20 years ago, it was less available. And so that was one of the challenges I experienced. It's like, okay, now am I just going to, like, assimilate into one faction and just, like, do what I can in that respect? Or am I going to continue in this respect of multiculturalism and incur the challenges accordingly. And that's essentially what I do, because it was little seeing any other viable alternative, because I just like, I couldn't I just can't fathom not being myself. And not only that, not I couldn't fathom not being myself and then still being genuinely valued by any other community. Like, because people know when somebody's a sellout. They might be cheery and they might give them big bucks or whatever, but they don't value that person genuinely. And eventually, at some point, either they find a replacement or they're just like, you know what, service is no longer needed. Deuces, and that's it. When that happens, what is a person left with at that point? What is a man left with at that point? Done sold himself out, and is not himself any further. What can he offer? And that sounds very negative or whatever, but I mean that's part of the actuality. So even when somebody makes a decision that's difficult in terms of the material benefits, if a person chooses to maintain the integrity of self, at least at the end of the day, they still have that, and they still have that to offer, and sometimes maybe have a story to tell and share accordingly. So anyways, that's when I was looking at that valuation about like how much people value this skill of multiculturalism. That's something that I was somewhat um, mm, a little bit different than what was anticipated. So, but
Now, do you think it's in a better spot today? Like, do you think your message back then would have been more receptive by people nowadays or not?
hmm, it's very difficult to say. I mean, we're doing that Monday quarterbacking joint again, but
Yeah.
um, it's difficult to say for a number of reasons. One, just because like things evolve, and so I gotta plug the computer in for a second. Um, so things evolve, and that's part of the purpose. That's part of the process, part of the nature. Um, I still think things have yet to get to that point. And actually, I think a lot of ways things have devolved in terms of multiculturalism, in certain ways. I think to be honest, actually, if I think about this just for a second, uh, what I observe is that I don't. I think the United States has been in a point of stagnancy pretty much since the '60s. I think the United States has been working on the same multiculturalism paradigm that it's had since the '60s, pretty much since affirmative action, to be honest. I think that's pretty much been the methodology of multiculturalism in the United States for the past 50, 60 years. And that's it. And the standards have been that. Like everything that like what to compare a success to and everything has been pretty much the 1960s standard. And there's been little progression or growth or maturation in that respect. And there's been a lot of stifling because since that point, there have been a lot of children who have been born mixed, and additionally to the point of being perhaps arguably easily the largest ethnic population in this society is mixed people.
Right. Yeah.
Easy to be honest, easily when you look at Latinos, Latinos are primarily mixed, just to be honest. Black folk, mixed, to be honest. The majority of the people on this continent who are of African ancestry are mixed. Whether we like it or not, that's the actuality. The vast majority are. And then the actual population of people who identify as mixed, as much as I know on the most recent US Census, right there, that's I think officially perhaps over 30-40% of the US population. And then if we look at just the people who identify as white, that includes Middle Easterners, technically, and all the different like a hodgepodge of non-cultural type of peoples that can be considered by and large mixed, many of whom have indigenous ancestry or something here or there back in their heritage. So that's the actuality, particularly in the past half century. So in this paradigm of affirmative action multiculturalism that has been very stagnant over the past 50 years and has been utilized as like the base for determining successes about if a program is successful, just statistically, whatever, has been based upon 1960s technology, social technology. But in the actual, and since that time, like the population, the mindset itself, culture itself has become extremely multicultural. When we talk about manga and Asian influence from Japan and China, the confluences of culture, obviously Afrocentric, Eurocentric, Middle Eastern, Islam, Christian, Hindu, like the culture of the America is so much further evolved than the 1960s social technology allows for, and it's been very suppressive of that growth. And so it's outgrowing the law, it's outgrowing the institutional infrastructure, it's outgrowing the conventional authority mindsets. And additionally, and conventional authority knows that. Not only that, but the world is also catching up with the United States in terms of technology and additional things. So all the things of homogeneity and segregation and apartheid that affirmative action is responding to, it from within, there's outgrowth of it, and then outside, there's an enclosing, and so the conventional infrastructure in terms of, again, laws and perceived norms has yet to effectively adjust to that. But at the same time, that it becomes less relevant because it's happening one way or the other, and that's not a threat. It's not a wish. This is the actuality, and so this is just the nature of the world. This is the world. So, and in that world experience, people need to know how to be reconciled with each other. That's what multiculturalism is. That's what pluralism is. And that service is very much valued. That service is very much needed, even when people don't want to acknowledge that, even when people don't want to honor that or support it, it's needed. And so that's part of the understanding. And again, that's not self-promotion. I'm not trying to like say, oh, y'all need it's facts. And so for kinfolk like myself, it's a matter of just being humble as humble as possible, and share what's possible, and recognize, as we were saying before, in terms of dealing with bullies or whatever else, and instead of reacting with hostility or whatever, and getting enveloped and saying, "Oh, y'all should have helped us out," da 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 da. It's a matter of being like, okay, hold on, these people are tripping, this, that, and the other. What can we do? What's needed? How can we help? What's the service that we can provide? So, as I said before, in talking with kinfolk today, songs and stories. It's as simple as that. Sharing our songs and stories, doing it genuinely, doing it non-authoritatively, like beating people over the head with it. Nah, just share it, y'all. And then we have to have some trust. Again, here's where we get into the God factor of saying that we trust in the works. We let the work speak for itself. And as our ancients, our ancestors, our prophets, and our sages teach us, when we share the service, we are supported accordingly. That's what Jesus says. That's what the additional kinfolk say. That's what the Buddha lives with the beggar's bowl. So we have to trust in that. So and that's something that I become further knowledgeable about when I'm your age, when I make that decision, because I had to find answers, and that's when I begin my proper spiritual path. And actually, I have some things to share along those lines, that I would like to talk, particularly whilst you're on the call. So that's when we get into the God language. That's when we get to the God awareness and study, because that's when I begin my personal spiritual path, when I continue, or when I complete law school. When I am abandoned, when I am cut loose, when I am persecuted, locked up, tortured, and everything else like that, yo, I need some answers. And I already know pretty much ain't nobody on this earth today at that moment 20 years ago is going to be giving me the answers, because I looked at all the leaders, I talked to the leaders, and ain't nobody giving me the answers. I couldn't see it. But what I could see, I knew the answers were around. I could hear it here and there. And even if people were just giving it lip service, the leaders were giving it lip service. I'm like, okay, where is that coming from? I can see some truth in that. I don't see you live in that, but I see some truth in what you're saying. Where does that come from? Who is living that? Who is showing me how to do it themselves? So that's when I started studying the scriptures. And I read the Gospels, I read the Torah, I read the Quran, I read the Tao Te Ching, I read the Bhagavad Gita, and additionally, and I see it there. I see it in the lives of the prophets and the sages and our ancestors who live that way. And that's where I find solutions. That's where I find my home. That's where I find my refuge. And that's where I find my vocation, because that's what I've been doing for the past 20 years, is basically going through those stories, going through those teachings over and over and over again for the past 20 years. That's what I do. When have I ever talked to you about the never ending story before?
No, you haven't. One of my buddies in college has one though. It's
He
pretty
has
funny,
one.
but yeah,
Has one what?
he has a never-ending story.
He has a never ending story. Haha. I'm talking about the never ending story.
Oh no, no,
All
no,
right,
no.
I don't know what your what friend what story your friend has. That sounds interesting, but what I'm actually referencing is it's an actual film. It's an actual film from the 80s. It's like
Oh, okay.
it's like it's I guess it's kind of sort of a children's film, but it's kind of like an adolescent film. But basically, it's about a boy who is like he's kind of like a nerd, kind of outcast, kind of dude getting bullied at school. So what he would do is he would find refuge in a bookstore. He would go to the bookstore and he would just like lose himself in the books. So the bookstore owner knew him, and one day when the boy comes in, the bookstore owner says, "Ah, I got a special book for you today." And the boy says, "Oh, okay. What kind of book is this?" And the bookstore owner says, "Oh, well, you have to read this in a very special place. So you can take this home with you and just be very careful." So the boy reads it, and basically, the idea is that the book is like a story that comes to life. Like whatever the boy is reading in the book, it's actually happening in his own life. So then it just kind of unfolds. So he would read the book, and it would be like a nice, interesting story. Then he would close the book, and then like as he would start to like continue to live, like it was happening in his own life. And then he'd be like, "Oh, wait a minute, this is what happened in the book." So then he'd go start reading the book to like find out where that's going. And then when it would start to get too much, he would close the book up, and then he would like go back in his life and, oh, wait a minute, now it's going like, so then it kind of got to be a blur about what's the book, what's his life, and everything else like that. So anyways, that's the basic gist of it. So the point of that is, in my experience, when I graduated law school, and I finally find the scriptures of the ones I just mentioned, it becomes
Yeah,
like a ending story. Like the persecution that I was experiencing, the betrayal of loved ones and everything else that I was experiencing, the
in these
frustration,
writings.
anger that I was experiencing, I saw in Moshe Rabbeinu killing the Egyptian and fleeing for his life after living a life of privilege in the house of Pharaoh, seeing his own people being afflicted, and then having to leave because he was trying to do something that was just. Now, I'm not saying murder is the thing or whatever, but like I saw, okay, affliction right there, people enslavement right there. And my literacy about the Bible, I mean, you at your age, you have much of a further literacy about the stories in addition to that. And I didn't know much. I went to church a few times, but wasn't a big thing about that. I heard about stories here and there, but I didn't know enough to put it together. So then when I learned the story about Joseph Avinu, being betrayed by his own brothers because they just don't like him, jealous about him, about to kill him, and instead sell him to slavery. Whoa, come on, him begging for his life, crying like a baby in the pit, about to be killed, and then sold into slavery. And then saying, "Yo, don't trip. It was for a reason. God had a purpose for this." So I'm seeing my own life when I'm listening to these things. When I see the Buddha living his life as luxury, getting everything that he wants, women, food, clothing, music, all that, everything he wants, and still not being satisfied. And then he goes out and sees suffering. He's like, "Yo, what's all this?" And then he leaves it all. And just like, "Yo, I'm not trying to contribute to nobody hurting. I'm just trying to like live life and like do something that's beyond like peaceful, truthful, like and lives the life of a beggar's bowl." So Jesus going from town to town. Dens have foxes have dens, birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to rest his head. Living in the homes of other people, and yet healing everybody along the way, teaching in the synagogue and otherwise. So I see other people, I see the lives of the teachers, I see the lives of the prophets and sages, and I hear the lessons that are being shared. And I'm like, yes, why aren't people living like this? Why aren't the religious leaders living like this right now? What's going on? By that point, I'm already hooked. I'm already in it. I've seen the truth. I see it, and now I just have to honor it. And so when I finished reading each of these books, like by that point, I'd already been locked up in psych wards. I was already like, "Yo, my life as a lawyer or whatever else, that's gone," because you can't have that type of track record and like have the pretenses of high society at that point. So already that life is gone. But it didn't matter to me because I knew it wasn't worth it. So now I'm seeing where the truth is. So how do I live this? And when I finished reading each one from front to back, then I was like, oh, wait a minute. So now what do I do? It's like I just read each one. What do I do now? I was like, read it again. And recognizing that within the traditions, like within the tradition of Israel, that is what is done every year. A portion of the Torah is read each week, so that by the end of the year, it's complete to read it. And then guess what? Next year, start over again. So that's what I do. I begin that schedule of studying a portion of each scripture every week, so that by the completion of a year, an entirety of each one is completed, and then doing it again. And in that process, living the life, and when we live the life, those extreme experiences of affliction, of enslavement, of persecution, murder, betrayal, and everything else like that become contextualized. Like it becomes not normal or regularized, but we're able to see like there's a momentum, there's a continuity that exists beyond these things. Like we just did this a year ago. We've gone through that. We've lived this never-ending story just this past year, and now we're living it again. And beyond that, we have a better idea of how to deal with this. And come to find out that other people are doing it too. Other people have that knowledge. Other people have that discipline. And there are a lot of people who don't. A lot of people who don't have this knowledge. A lot of people who are ignorant, who are struggling and drowning, who need some guidance. So here we go. We share with people who are receptive to it what they're ready for, what we think we can offer, and additionally, and maybe we get some support in return. It's all the support is coming from the Most High, Elohim, God, like through the different intermediaries. So we get a better knowledge about that accordingly. And we're supposed to be dutiful and making offerings. In India, it's called puja. In the tradition of Israel, it's called korban. We're supposed to give tithing to those who need it, giving portion. We know in Christian faith. But even beyond that, zakat is what it's called in Islam. But even beyond that, it's actual offering of burning the grains, and additionally of giving thanks to God. And as part of the relationship, it's part of the cycle. So it's part of the sacred cycle and mindfulness that all of this is coming not from the corporations. It's not coming from the multilateral companies and stores and governments and everything else. Everything's coming from Inamaka, Mother Earth, and everything is coming from and through the will of the Most High. So we have a mindfulness of that. So regardless of what the conditions are, when we are fulfilling our purpose, when we're providing service, the Most High and Inamaka is supporting us to do that, whether it's through the direct contributions of the people who receive the service directly that we provide and saying, hey, yo, that was a nice talk right there. Here's some food. Or whether it's through other people who are observing or otherwise. So that's the mechanics. It's like the divine mechanics of the universe and how we're supported. So when we study and when we honor and we practice this, we better see it. And we have to have some trust and faith in that process as well. And any deficiency, any lacking, we gotta have some lesson there. We gotta have some learning and be mindful and study and meditate and pray and say, okay, what's going on? What am I doing? What am I not doing? What do I need to be doing? So that's some of what I learned long time, still learning to this day. But that helps put things in perspective.
I could see that, I know I've already said that earlier. I've already said this earlier, but coming out of Dallas and like I'm still like journaling and stuff and like reflecting, that's helped me as well to be like, wow, that really was like my training ground in a way. Where
Yeah.
now I have different struggles, but it's not the same struggles, and it's I don't know how to describe it. It's just a different game in this aspect where I think I was supposed to be, you know, alone. I think I was supposed to be spending time like reading. I was supposed to be, in a spot where I didn't have too many distractions or friends or opportunity to just go, do something careless or time consuming that might not be beneficial in the long run, right? Like, but now it's like I have those coming back home in some regard, and I really just have to manage myself, and I'm at my own game. It's an easier way of going through it, but I definitely like dug into the Bible. I did a lot of analyzations through movies. That's, I watch a lot of movies. Um, and do I see myself in any of these characters? And analyzing, that, and then just digging deep into different. I think I really did open up my mind too while I was in Dallas to other ideas, just in general, like, and hearing it from people's points of views. And I think I'm just now getting out of that where I was in some way. I don't think I was ever gonna sell out, but in some regards, I felt as if I did sell out, and sell out in the terms of like um playing like they need a black face to something. You know what I'm saying? Like playing it to in that extent. Um,
Yeah. Thank you. Sure. Cheers.
Thank you.
I have to adjust. 1 second.
okay.
Thank you.
Got a popular spot today. Are you still here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
All right, beautiful. So, and I guess you can hear me over decent.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So there's a 2 hour limit on these joints.
Oh, got you.
So that's it. Now, to be honest, there's some vacant rooms here as well, but that's okay. Um, Continuing on. You were talking about the concerns about selling out or otherwise, and discerning within yourself what your path is, and um the service that you provide, the purpose that you have, and the genuineness, the integrity of fulfilling that. So, but you were in the middle of saying something.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, like, and I think another fight that I had, in terms of like, I know now that rowing definitely has a place within, my purpose, and it does help me, you know, um, teach some leadership principles and teach principles of just accountability. So all the athletes I have, that doesn't matter if they're a boy or girl or whatever race they are. I think that also is an aspect that I love too, because we can really I get and I think that all folds into rowing as well. But I guess my aspect was I didn't want to be a black face to the administration in rowing organizations. And I like to be more behind the scenes in some ways, in some regards. But like, because I feel like that's where more of the work is done. So I was always very athlete driven, where I'm like, I need to talk with the athletes, see where the athletes are. Where are you guys mentally? Are you guys, paying attention to these details? I didn't want to be the black face to go out there and help with, even though it helps the team. So it is kind of a team sacrifice in a way, but I don't want to be a black face to generate, sympathy or to have money come in.
Yeah, like the token kind of like mascot that brings in like the benevolent will and good cheer of the team and the club.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because then I was like, I'm. It reminds me of that. Just saying what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, I wanted to keep it real, but it made me think of that Chappelle show.
Okay.
The Chappelle show sketch when keeping it real goes wrong.
I don't
I
see that. I
didn't.
don't think I see that one.
Okay, well that one is like it's a Chappelle show like sketch where it's like, oh, but you want to keep it real, so then and there's these extreme consequences to what happens to them because they wanted to keep it too real. But I didn't
Okay.
want to keep it real in a regards of like I want to show them that I'm not a token. It wasn't that. It was more
Okay.
of a I don't even know how to really voice it, but or how to describe it that well. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean that was the sense. It still is my purpose. But I know that I do more work behind the scenes, and I don't want to be that. I don't want my role to be like my role in the squad or wherever I'm in, whatever situation I'm at. I don't want it to just be minimized to the
You're
black
just,
dude.
yeah, you're fulfilling a quota or like a preset fragment of some other kind of entity. So when you talk about Chappelle, that actually now that's a whole nother topic. I think brother Corey and I think it was wait, was it it was brother Corey and I were talking about Cat Williams, I think. Wait, or was it you?
Yeah,
You were talking were I talking with you, Cat Williams? Or was that brother
a,
Corey?
a little bit, but I remember you and Corey were talking about
Okay.
it way
So
more than yeah.
we had that conversation and to be honest, like we shouldn't be talking about what comedians are saying. Like we should be talking about what like political leaders, economic leaders, additionally. Now the fact that is that comedians, particularly in the black community, are the ones who are most like um promoted and available to hear what they're saying and actually also tend to be the ones who are most knowledgeable and courageous enough to be saying something that's of a community kind of interest or whatever. So anyways, that being said, um on Chappelle is another topic of conversation that there's a lot to say about his life experience. When you talk about late stage, you said talking about late stage feminism, I think it was, or late wave feminism, you said. There's kind of like different stages of the Chappelle path as well, of who he is at different stages of his life. And in many ways, the Chappelle of today is different than the Chappelle of the early, definitely the early years, different than the Chappelle of South Africa. And additionally, and not to dig into peace and blessings in respect to him. But I think he's learned some things. I think he's been I think he's been not disillusioned, but I think he's been challenged by certain things and kind of like getting and without being too presumptuous or whatever about assertion. What I will say is this: one thing that he says in his middle kind of stage when he was like talking about when he was talking with Oprah, and even then, like there's whole things about Oprah too, but peace and blessings be with her. When he was talking with Oprah, he was talking about like why he made his decision, why he said no to the money, at least initially. And he was talking about like some of the anecdotes of his experience. And additionally, and he said something very like it was kind of like simple, but at the same time, it was like telling for him. And he said like beyond just like what he had to deal with in terms of his the executives and the bosses and everything else like that. I mean, he described like a pile of money being put on the table, and then the derogatory thing about somebody putting their uh unspoken parts onto it, saying like, here's the money, but this is what you have to take in order to get the money. And so it's just like Chappelle was not willing to kind of like accept that kind of devaluation and disrespect. So that's one thing. But even beyond that, what he shared this other thing, which is this. He said that at some point, even when before all that was happening, before the thing with the executives happened, when he was doing his own, when he was doing the show, and he was like talking with the audience, who's like his people, like that's his crowd. He was saying like even in that experience, he was having an awakening, and he said like when he would say the N word, and I disagree with him doing I disagree categorically, and I got something to say with you about that as well. That might be another conversation. But even when he was like dropping the N bomb and saying all these other things during that period, um, he had like an awakening where he would say it, and he would be in his show, he'd be recording it in front of the audience or whatever, and he got that sense that, like, wait a minute, the people are not laughing with him. Their people are laughing at him. And he's like, it was a completely different vibe. And he was unable to tell whether people were actually laughing with him, of him being kind of comical, or where they were laughing at him. And he was like, because of that, because he wasn't able to make that distinction, like that changed up the whole thing for him. And that might have been a precipitous for him being further emboldened to refuse and everything else that happens later on. But I thought that was very interesting. So, one thing to consider. Now, I have one other thing to share when you talk about your experience with rowing and that whole scene, because there's a lot we've talked somewhat about like the rowing and crew experience and scene on the multiple levels. We talked about it as in terms of just the sport of being on the water, of experiencing the nature. We've talked about it in terms of socialism, not socialism, socializing. Haha, there's a big difference for new English speakers. There's a big difference between socializing and socialism, just for the record. I don't know if you're laughing or not, or smiling on that one. So, but still don't
I
know.
am, I am, I am.
Okay,
I'm with
okay.
you.
That's okay. No, no, that was a little bit forced there. Thanks. That's okay.
No, 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 no. I'm just letting you. I'm laughing because you think I'm not with you. I'm with you.
Okay, I appreciate that. So anyways, but socializing I was talking about. Oh, we're talking about rowing. So we talked about in that respect. We talked
Yep.
about in terms of the history, about like all different cultures having that experience of being on the water, from Greece to the Scandinavia to Africa to the dragon boats of East Asia, and additionally, people were just having that experience of rowing. I mean, in ancient days, thousands of years ago, that was like the methodology of empire conquest, even just trade. And additionally, so it's oftentimes the slaves that were doing the rowing and everything, or the soldiers, or otherwise. So there's a very honor code and tradition in that respect as well. So we've talked about that. We've even talked about that. One of our first conversations was talking about the class elitism within rowing. We talked about the hierarchy from football, tennis, and da 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 da. And so all those elements. So all that being said, we've talked somewhat about the different components about the experience of rowing. And again, this is me from like a audience kind of perspective. But one of the things that we have like kind of to delve into further is what you're basically alluding to with some of the kinds of concerns that you described, is that elitism, is the class component within it, because it is a very elite sport, not so elite that a lot of people don't even know about it. And particularly for it to be such a worldwide ancient experience, for so few people. I mean, I saw kinfolk today with lacrosse sticks, so not a lot of people know about that. And there is a class element that goes with lacrosse, but at the same time, it's very understandable. Lacrosse isn't known around the world, and additionally, so it's very understandable for fewer people to be aware of that. But concerning rowing, like for few people to be aware of that, that's one thing. And then also there's the infrastructure that's required. I mean, I have yet to, for myself, to be to a boathouse. Oh, look at you. Oh, Mr. Boathouse, clubhouse, da 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 da. Like I don't even have that personal experience. So, um, and a lot of the equipment and everything, when Corey talks about being on the erg and everything, like I can guess what that is. I remember that
It's
scene.
a rowing machine.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, but I don't have that personal experience, and I mean, I think about, I saw that scene in Social Network with the twins on. Maybe that's what I, but all my points that requires infrastructure. Like that's something that you just don't go I was going to say Dunham's. I don't even know if you know what Dunham's is. But I
No, I
guess
don't know. What is that?
that was that's my age. It's a sporting goods store. Basically, if you think
Oh,
about
okay.
today, I guess it would be Dick's Sporting Goods. I guess
Dick's.
what it's called.
Yeah.
Back in the days, it was called Dunham's. That was the main
Oh,
thing.
okay.
It was at a place called Severance that used to exist as well, but even
Oh, I
then,
know Severance. No,
yeah,
I know
yeah,
Severance.
but you don't know Severance like I know Severance because I'm not that's not I'm not I don't mean to be like demoting whatever, but I'm just saying like it looks very different today because it used to be an indoor mall. But anyways, that's another thing. Did you ever go to Severance when it was an indoor mall?
Yeah, I did. I did.
You did. What? Okay, beautiful.
Mhm.
So anyways, Dunham's was like a story. Anyways, all that being said, that's point is like you don't get an erg machine, I imagine, at your local sporting goods store. So that's an infrastructure that's required that requires money and knowledge and connections and everything else like that. And so that takes a lot of people out of like the scope of even knowing what it is, let alone talking about it or otherwise. So, but it's also still very valuable. People value that. People with a considerable amount of materiality value that because it connects people to the history, to the ancients, to the heritage, and also to the physicality. And that's where we get into what your role is in terms of your physical strength and addition. I mean, all the athletes, all the roles. I mean, not just Africans, but people of any ethnicity who's on the road team, what they are significantly in it. Actually, before I get into this, I have to I want to show you something. Because I'm gonna otherwise it may escape me. So this is like I won't say completely off topic, but this is like comparatively random. Um,
Yeah, no, I got you.
let's see. I'm trying to show you a photograph, and I'm trying to see how I do this on the Zoom thing. I don't know if you can walk me through it as I try to do it. Um, I have a photograph here on my screen, and I'm trying to share it. Oh yeah, I think I found it. Okay,
It's like a
here we go.
little.
Let's see if
You
this
got it.
works. Yeah, I think.
It's
Can
the
you
up.
can you see that? Can you see that?
Yeah.
There it is. All right, there we go.
Yep.
So that's what I'm showing you. Is it still showing? It just faded out on my screen. Are you still seeing it?
Yeah, it's showing.
All right,
Mm-hmm.
beautiful. All right. Anyways, I'm just gonna give you as a visual to help kind of put that into the mix, because again, in talking about solutions, this is what we see as one of the solutions. So now going back to your topic, I think you're back to seeing me. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, cool. So, um, this is something I think about like in recent weeks, particularly about your situation. Basically, what I look at you, and again, this is not just you as a black person, but people who row, who are in crew. Um, this is something to think about. You are the Western civilizational samurai. Um, and if you have a knowledge about, I have modest knowledge about samurai back in Japanese heritage and history. Even to this day, it still exists. But basically, the samurai were like the noble enforcers. They were like the noble knights. I guess that's one way of describing it. Like if you know about the knights from European civilization, England, and additionally, the knights were the ones who were the court around the king. They would go out and lead the expeditions, the military, and additionally, and there was a code, and they were the trusted ones amidst the court. And additionally, and they had like they had inside tracks to like ascend it through the hierarchy, but they were distant. They were different from the merchants. They were different from the plebeians, from the feudal serfs, and additionally the servants, the slaves essentially of society. They were the knights. But at the same time, they were different. They were valued for the physical strength and their acumen in the military combat. And they had the prospect of being like acculturated into the hierarchies of the nobility, getting land and eventually, like again, getting titles accordingly. Samurai is similar to that in Japanese culture. Obviously, very some differences, but basically the same kind of notion of having specifically working for a particular emperor, being loyal, and additionally to that particular emperor, living by a code, and being valued for the strength and the capabilities accordingly. So when looking at the sport of rowing, and this is applied to all sports, to be honest, but particularly to the sport of rowing, um, what is recognized is that in conventional society today, in Western civilization, um, the the things that propel people through the ascension of the hierarchy in terms of getting like high employment. And this is all not actually not even employment, even just the hierarchy of society, um, tends to involve a weakening of the body, a very latent lifestyle where people just get weak. And so and that also includes for men becoming increasingly effeminate, gaining effeminate qualities in terms of body, whether it's man breasts, or just sedentariness, but also just kind of like a further passive kind of demeanor and way of expression, hand gestures, and everything else like that. So, in knowing that, what is intentionally done amidst the hierarchy is introducing, particularly boys, to men who are very masculine, who are just strong and very powerful, just like in ancient Greece, the gladiators, and additionally. So it's this intentionality of introducing and encouraging young boys who are being groomed to be in that hierarchy, and being comparatively physically meeker or weaker, to have some kind of immediacy and guidance and familiarity with strong masculine personas. But at the same time, those strong masculine personas have to be trusted, not to try to overthrow, not to try to weaken or otherwise. So it's a matter of having a culture of and cultivating this culture of these masculine personas who have some type of relationship and preference and favorability amidst everybody else, but there's also being some distinction. And again, that's not just along racial lines. That's just, again, it's class and caste lines.
Class, yeah.
So that's a consideration. And so that's across the board. And then it does play out in terms of race, particularly within the Western civilization in the United States, of the differentiation. But it's a matter of acknowledging that. So that's one of the considerations when I think about your experience. Now, again, I have less experience personal experience with rowing, but I do observe that, and I do observe how further exclusive the set is, because what I observe is that we can look at other sports, American football, world football, even basketball, baseball, even tennis. Like again, when we go into that hierarchy that we talk about, particularly in British sport, it's similar within the United States. And in those kind of further blue collar sports, a lot of the purpose of those sports is to placate the masses, and to kind of give a pastime and a refuge and a release for the masses. And there are examples of athletes who are masculine and everything, but they don't necessarily have that discipline or that loyalty to the hierarchy. They don't have the knowledge to be able to socialize and how to handle themselves, to wear the sports coats and interact with the princes, and additionally. So they don't have necessarily the same value, or again, like the loyalty or allegiance to be in that kind of environment. And so there's less trust. And so can't introduce the boys to those type of men and those type of leaders directly and encouragingly. So then we get to things like golf or tennis, and maybe can be further kind of acculturation and socializing, but still, even then, there's not as much of a distinguishing factor. But when we get to things like rowing, and obviously there are a lot of other different sports that are increasingly specific to specific cultures. But particularly rowing is increasingly multicultural in terms of the ancient experience across the world. That is something that is, again, rather exclusive, and um, further safer for the hierarchy to kind of maintain a culture that they can trust the boys to be directly influenced by. Additionally, so point being, like when you're at Shaker, when you're at the university, and additionally, now this is my projection, because again, I have not been to a meet. I have not. I said my cousin is on the row team at the university in our college in New England. So, but he tells me very modestly about that. What I'm basing this off of is my observation about a modest amount of information. But what I gather is that um, first of all, the clubs consist of a membership that is pretty much in the higher socioeconomic bracket in terms of education, Shaker, private schools, and additionally, so that those who are participating tend to be already kind of separated from the masses. So that's one thing. But even then, those who are recruited and involved are very much acculturated and taught like how to behave in these type of environments, like at the boathouse, like at the meets, like at the socials, and additionally, where there may be additional people who are like, you don't know their name, you don't know what they do, you have little idea about them, but they may be like, yo, like big boss ballers for like 5 generations, 20 generations or otherwise. Um, to know how to be in that type of environment. And anyways, I'm going on and on and on and on. But the point is that it's a need that the people have to have that type of young brethren in who are trusted, who are strong, who are masculine, who are encouraging, and again give the boys of that environment that type of comfort, that type of example, because they may again be very progress in their own kind of path and never row at all in their life. But just the fact that they have some kind of proximity can be very reassuring as they continue on. So, anyways, that's an observation. So then when we talk about what you were talking about in terms of like whether it's selling out or otherwise, it's a matter of understanding the nature of the conditions, what the nature of the expectations are, and then what the purpose is, what the value is, if this is a priority, what is appropriate to kind of what compromises are appropriate, what compromises are intolerable, and how much of it might be like a short-term commitment, it might be a long-term commitment in a partial way, like maybe it might be that fourth priority or it might be that fifth level priority. It might be the second priority. I'm not going to be presumptuous, but when you
Right.
it's easier to make that decision when we have a knowledge about the nature of the circumstances, about what's going on, and then to prioritize things accordingly. How is this serving your relationship with God? How is this fulfilling your relationship with God? How is this fulfilling your relationship with family? If presuming those are some of the priorities that you have universally in your universal experience, your aggregate experience. So how is this experience of rowing fitting into those preset or pre-identified priorities that you have in your life? And then it becomes easier to kind of make those decisions. And again, it doesn't have to be all or nothing kind of situation, but it helps to put things into perspective.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think it just took me some time to realize that they do fall in line. And I told you like a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, that for a moment after college, I really just wanted to run away from it as quickly as possible and not have any identity within it. But I I try my best to about these compromises. It didn't end up being a reason as to why I left, but I did feel in a way disingenuous in some way to who I am
Mm,
when we did some fundraising and they kind of took my story for a grant from my mentor, if that makes sense. So my mentor has like this grant that he gives out, and they wrote a story about me, but not even like a real story. There's a lot of source. You can go to what's out. You know what I'm saying? You can find the things online to find a story, but I felt like they put my story in like this come up story, and it wasn't that. And I don't want to go get too deep into it to
yeah,
like
yeah.
expose it too
Well,
much.
yeah, so yeah, we don't have to be too we don't have to call things out, but just to get an idea what you're saying like the people that you were involved with, people that you were working for were working for to get a grant. They were vying to get a grant. Um that the first part accurate?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
correct.
So
Yeah.
then and they were getting a grant from, you said, somebody who was in leadership position to you, or
Yeah. So, yeah, I know you don't like the term mentor,
yeah,
but one of my, you know, he
guides.
introduced me guides. Yeah, yeah, especially in the rowing world, and his point of view is to really help with diversity, like inclusion.
Okay.
within the rowing world, and they were going for a grant with him, but they attached my name to,
Oh, okay. So
to essentially secure.
all right, so they were getting a grant from somebody else, a third party, and they were
Yeah.
getting it for the purposes of your guide, of your teacher, the person of who is a guide to you, and but they
So it was
figured
my guide's organization. It was
okay,
his own organization,
but
but
they figured it was insufficient as it was, and so they wanted to kind of bolster their opportunity or their chances of getting it, so they included your narrative in the application,
correct, without necessarily
conferring with you,
fully
giving your
understanding
okay.
my narrative,
Okay. So
if
and
that
so
makes sense.
that's one thing. And then so it sounds as though from some of what you described that the actual narrative that they described was perhaps some like a stereotype or a caricature of your actual life story to the point for the purpose of like making it further appealing for the requirements of the grant. Is that something of what you're describing?
Accurate. That's
Okay.
100% accurate. Yep.
Okay. All right. So yeah, buggery. That's what that is. So it's very understandable to be frustrated and to feel used and disrespected and like betrayed of like the relationship because people know what they're doing. Like they know it's not like, oh, we had no idea or we just try to take some artistic license or and I have to be mindful of how much I like kind of probably like criticisms because like I said, I'm not trying to blow people's spots and this is your thing. So I don't want to step on it. But I can
Right.
it's understandable. And it's understandable how that leads one to think to reevaluate like the whole situation. Like, wait, hold up, I thought we was cool, and they're gonna do me like this. Like that just shows me like what was this whole thing about from the beginning? Like what was our what were we talking about all those days we were having these conversations and I was sharing this and I was sharing that, and they're gonna do me like this, like yeah. And is this what I'm gonna is this what I should expect in the next situation? Is like we're just gonna go through this whole thing again? Cass is just going to be smiley, smiley, and then all of a sudden, when they have the opportunity or the necessity, the perceived necessity, like do me dirty again. Ugh. So, I mean, that sounds like some of what you're describing. And it's
For sure.
challenging. And sometimes we get these life experiences like, yo, just sometimes like your life, it's that way. Like, for example, I shared this with this sister at the coffee spot a few days ago. I told her like in life, there's three phenomena. Well, I didn't share this with her, but I'll share this with you as a preface. In life, there are three primordial animations. And this is like, again, this is coming from a quiet place. This is coming from like when we get that time to like get away from everything as we were describing in these in the statements today, getting to that lonely spot, finding a quiet place, sitting down, being in a nice posture, and getting away from the world, getting some perspective. This
Yep.
is three primordial animations about life. Just offer it. Here's what they are: three primordial animations: God, devil, woman. That's it. Um, that's life. God, devil, woman. That's one thing to process and marinate, and we can talk about that perhaps God willing another time. Now, what I'm sharing with you now here to respond to what you're describing is another kind of joint. And it's three primordial phenomena. And this is what I shared with the sister at the coffee house. And right after I shared this with her, she said, Jesus truth. And I wasn't expecting that type of religious proclamation coming from the corporate Starbucks coffee spot. So I was like, I had to stop. I was like, wait, what did you say? She was like, Jesus. I said, wait, are you Christian? She's like, yes. I said, hallelujah. So, anyways, this is what I said to her. I said, three primordial phenomena: pain, energy, and truth. So, now that's coming from a lot of different teachings. Like, it's all kind of put together. But like those are the like three primordial phenomena of life: pain, energy, and truth. Everything like we experience in life can be narrowed down to either one of those three or a combination of those three. So when we kind of like resolve ourselves amidst that, like the Buddha talks about the fundamental nature of life is suffering, dukkha, get used to it. if you don't want to experience suffering, let go of everything. And then you won't suffer. Are you ready for that? Oh, you're not ready for that? Okay, then deal with that one way or the other. So, but if when you are ready for that, there's a path to get that happiness. And here it is. Be disciplined, be righteous, be compassionate, and additionally be patient. So that's that. So that's another way of expressing it: pain, energy, and truth. Because again, it's talking about pain, that betrayal, the ignorance, the prospect of going through it again, pain, 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 pain. The next one is energy. And that's just a question of like, yo, can I deal with this right now? Like, do I have the energy just to deal with this right now? Like, we get energy ebbs and flows in different ways. So that's energy. Everything is just an exchange of energy. Life, everything, universe is just a continual process of energy transforming and everything else like that amidst the pain. Then the third one is truth. Now that's like the beauty. That's like the balancing thing. That's like the reason for it all, and the things that we're striving for, the light, the darkness when we need darkness, and everything else like that. It's truth, truth, truth. And what that helps us do is that if to get through the pain, to get through like all the things that we're experiencing, the challenges and everything else like that, to focus on the truth. And the best way to focus on the truth is to focus within ourselves, as Jesus says, to look at the log within our own eye rather than looking at the specks. You think they were betraying you. Well, what did you think was going to happen? How, if you didn't see that coming beforehand? And that's a little bit harsh to tell you at this moment, but that's facts. Like, yo, you didn't see that beforehand? What was you doing? Was you enveloped in the intoxication of whatever they were offering you? That's something for you to think about. And I'm riffing right now.
Yep.
That's not predetermined. You just told me about this. So I'm just thinking to myself, truth. So as much as you can point at the dirtiness and the buggery that they did, look at yourself and how you let yourself into that point. And there's sometimes, we have to learn, we have to go through that process. But when we do that and we experience it, rather than get mad at them and blame them, look at you and how you put yourself into that position. And you let yourself do that. And that goes for relationships with women. That goes for every situation. Not to blame them for nothing. Again, don't get mad, don't blame, and don't punish. The power is within ourselves. So, and again, it's for you to answer that for yourself, what the purpose for you being there is, what your purpose is at this moment from that place, and what your purpose is continuing on. And we get a better sense of that when we don't get mad, because when we get mad, we just cloud everything up. Everything gets blurry and everything else like that. We just get immersed in the pain, we get immersed in the energy, and we let go of the truth because we just get pain and mad and So don't get mad. When we don't get mad, the energy kind of gets balanced. We kind of like put the pain in perspective, and then we help to focus on the truth. We don't blame. So because when we blame, we're getting away from the truth. We're putting the power into other people's hands. Oh, it's their fault. It's their responsibility. Oh, it's their power. They were supposed to do this, and we're taking it away from ourselves. So when we put the blame on ourselves, we're also putting the power within ourselves as well. And we're focusing on truth. What did I do in these conditions? What can I do in these conditions? And then we're getting to we're getting to the solution. We're getting to the healing. So rather than looking for punishment, rather than looking for vengeance and revenge and so-called justice, because that's not what true justice is. When we look for those things, that's again, we're going back to the pain. We are revisiting the pain. We're trying to use what energy we have to just focus on pain. But that's a futile and unproductive thing. We're looking for truth. We're looking for healing and solution. We have to be honest. We have to look for truth. So that's the path. So again, we live and learn. We're perfectly imperfect. So each day we have something to learn. Each day we have something to teach. So that's part of the consideration.
Very powerful. Very powerful.
What so you gonna timestamp that? I want to talk about that. See, I don't see you laughing. I got to have that. I'm like a stand-up comic without an audience. All right, like I can't see the audience. That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to go back to that photograph that I showed. And I have to remember how I did that. It's not apps. Nope, it's not apps. It's is it notes? It's not notes. Whiteboard? No, it's not whiteboard. Wow. Oh, how about share screen? That's probably what it is. So I'm now gonna show you a different photograph. Blah da kada 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 kada. All right. So again, part of the notion of this joint is solutions. And this is a little bit, this might be like this might seem like a very self-promotional thing, but the actual purpose for sharing this is as an example of solution that is applicable for many kindred who are in a number of different pursuits and life experiences and stages of life and otherwise. So you're seeing a building here, yeah? Again, the same building from a different angle. Oh, yeah, I mentioned I was with a brother. I did not take these photographs. How about that? I was with I told you about brother Keith, who's my actually he's a little bit younger than myself, but I tell you about his information before. You remember
Yeah.
that? All right. So
Yep, I do.
he and I met this past week, and then we went up to this spot off of Superior. And I think I might have mentioned this to you before. Actually, Brother Corey and I went there a few months ago when he was up here visiting. I think it was maybe in the autumn or late summer. So he's seen this spot from the from another vantage. There's a park nearby, a very small park nearby. So we went there. Anyways, this is what we're looking at, and in terms of like our work, our endeavor, our residence, and further, but also solution to the things that we're experiencing. And so Brother Keith and I were there this past week. He took these photographs because when we were there, I didn't have anything with me. I didn't. We were meeting at the tea house, and I was just like, yo, let's roll over this spot. I'll show it to you. So he's like, okay, cool. I left all my stuff there. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot my camera. So he took these shots and then texted them to me. So this is like the building that we're looking at in terms of residents and putting up some programming and like the schoolhouse and additionally. And so we're working to find out who actually holds the title to this and the process of securing stewardship and residing in these buildings. And additionally, it's like 8 floors. There's maybe like 6 units per floor, so there's about 50 units per building. And we look at like maybe putting one building on the left as the resident building for people who live there, families to live as a full-time residence, and then on the other building having it for the schoolhouse, additional programs, a Native Heritage Learning Center, language learning, co-op, a food place to have food, offices, like a hostel where people can stay, a guest house, and things like that. So that's what we're looking at. And again, we're focusing on this building, but this is something that can be applied to another building that other people can do in terms of their own kind of projects and their own ventures, their own businesses, and additionally. And so this is like it's like a paradigm. It's like it's a methodology. So, and it's solutions because I was in a Zoom call yesterday with a Rastafari brethren from different parts of the world, and we were talking about some of the concerns within our own respective communities. And one of the things that we communicated as a foundational concern is securing our homes, because if our homes are unsecure, then anything that we do, whether it's political alliances or economic cooperatives or otherwise, it's all comparatively unstable. It's when we have safe and secure homes that there's integrity within the home, then there's integrity within our political alliances, and there's integrity with our economic cooperatives. And additionally, so that's foundational, that's priority. And at this moment, like I haven't told you everything that we've been going through, but like we've had threats even to this past few days. Um, we've had experienced violence in recent years. That's one of the reasons why I leave the country to go to Denmark. That's one of the reasons why I go to Oberlin just a few months ago. And additionally, because of that. So like secure home is foundational. It's primary priority. And it's silly, to be honest, it's silly to try to do anything else if the home is not secure. And security and means safety. It also means comfort. It means having a place where our women and children in our community and our families are safe and secure. Our elders and the vulnerable within our families and the vulnerable within our communities are safe and secure, where we can communicate with each other regularly and reliably. So again, it's very pragmatic. It's very essential to trying to do anything else in life. Safety and security within the home. And so that's what we look at in terms of a solution, because living as community, living as people, even just a few families, it's beneficial to live in close proximity together. And yes, like living in an apartment building is making some compromises in terms of the aesthetic and some of the kind of luxuries that many people are accustomed to. It's not having one's own house and multi floors and multi garages and everything like that. But at the same time, particularly given conditions that people are looking at in terms of what's happening in the world, and I don't want to get into like a fear factor in terms of motivating people along those lines, but um, when people do have those concerns and they're genuine, it behooves people to live in proximity with each other. So, and I think I'm being presumptuous, but based upon what you're describing in terms of your experience of Dallas, outside of just the work experience, I know how much you value family, and I know how much it's important to you to be near your family and to like just to like to babysit and to see the younger generation, to see your brother and your sister in your family. So that's important. And so that's one of the things that's emphasized in this methodology, in this solution, is having as a physical space where family resides together. And this is just one example of it. There's obviously a number of different ways of doing it, but um, so that's what we share as a solution, and then as a foundation for that solution. And then when you talk about the boathouse, and additionally now, or when you talk about what's out in a space like this, again, you can have a place of eatery, like a tea house, coffee house, a cafe, or whatever. People can come in, go through. You can provide hospitality. People can chop it up. You can have meeting rooms. When you talk about launch house, you can have spaces and offices dedicated to that. You can have classrooms on the first floor, second floor. You can have a space. You can have, again, first floor, second floor for elders, for people to have some residence for elders who aren't going to be as mobile or whatever. Um, you can have the offices for like with Launch House, and the offices for what's out. You can have like a computer lab, and for creatives, and additionally, so that it's not just your thing, but now you're hosting like an incubator for the enterprises, and additionally, but there's many things that can be done, that are done when people have a space to do those things. And there are many people who migrate to that activity and migrate to that space accordingly because of that. And people feel safe, people feel secure. You can have music, you can have artists, and you can have sets easily in these type of situations, because you don't have to worry about finding a venue. You don't have to worry about getting all the okays and everything else like that. You have it there. And then again, like one of the things we've been working on and talking about for years and years, a lot of this actually we've been working on for years and years and years, but a hostel, like having just a place where young people can visit, from students from out of town, and additionally can find an inexpensive place to stay, a free place to stay, beyond Airbnb and couch surfing, just to like chill out, vibe out, visit their family, visit their friends for a week, or for 2 weeks, whatever, not have to worry about crashing at somebody's spot. And it can be like a boarding house kind of thing, where people just live in their own bunk bed or whatever, in a shared room, and there can be a lounge or whatever to do everything, because it doesn't have to be luxurious and all these other type of comforts. It can be very basic, because people basically just need a place to stay, and having that available, and it not being too much of an infringement upon a family doing their own thing with their children's schedules and school and everything else like that. It's a designated place for young people to stay accordingly, safe, secure. um, so that's what we're looking at in terms of this building, is providing those type of services. Again, like I said, we have the schoolhouse that we emphasize, the classrooms along those lines, a food co-op, to have a food pantry for healthy ITAL food, staples to provide it for ourselves, as well as for those who have an interest in it as well. So all those things, this is a space for doing that. And I'm gonna pause here just to see like what the vibe is, what the responsiveness is, in with this, because I can't see what you're how you're
Yeah,
responding.
no, I,
That's
yeah, no,
yeah,
I think this is sweet.
yeah,
Originally, when you showed the original photo, I didn't even really see. I guess I only saw that one building off to the right, but
yeah,
see them both. Yeah, that I've always thought of that. I've always thought about like because I'm also really into architecture, so I was
okay.
really thinking like what's the best way to have like a communal living
Ah,
and I guess in an urban space, but there's already buildings I guess that are
yeah.
you know
There's I mean, there's an infinitude of options, and this is one that is immediately accessible. And at this point, like I got these gray hairs. I'm 50 years old now. Like I said, we've been working on this for over 20 years, and this has been a gradual work in progress. And we've gone through ebbs and flows in terms of finding solutions about like how to do it. And additionally, we've looked at eco village methodologies of people who've gone into the rural areas and built things from the ground up. We've looked at renovations methodologies. We look at different methodologies concerning utilities being off the grid, whether it's rain collecting for water, and establishing a plumbing system based upon that. We've looked at solar, and we look at these as solutions at the moment. We look at solar, we look at wind collection, and all these different type of methodologies. We look at passive house construction, which is a very efficient methodology of constructing and renovating buildings so that the energy, the heat, particularly during winter months, is retained and it's much less expensive to maintain. So we look at all these things in terms of actual habitat, of securing ourselves. And like you said, there's all different types of ways of doing doing architecture for a living space, and particularly a communal living space, depending on what people's interests are. And again, when we're talking about people coming from a suburban experience, people are acculturated to a certain type of comfort level. So that's understandable. But at the same time, it's a matter of, again, we have to prioritize, and we have to ask ourselves, like, are we willing to let go of some of these kind of luxuries and in return gain these additional benefits of living in direct proximity with each other, supporting each other, safety for our children, knowing where our children are, who our children are interacting with, and additionally. And so this is an immediately accessible example. And so we find the benefit of doing it along those lines rather than essentially constructing something from the ground up, or going through. I mean, there are other spaces. I mean, there are warehouses. There are abandoned. We can look at Severance today, which is pretty much abandoned except for a few buildings, except for a few stores, and it's been looking for tenants for years and years and years. They're abandoned shopping centers. They're abandoned storefronts. They're abandoned factories around Cleveland, around suburbs. There are vacant lots all around the place. So there are a lot of different opportunities for doing these types of projects. This is something that is just comparatively accessible. This is right in my vicinity, like 2 blocks away from where I live at this moment for the past decade and a half. And having a rapport with local residents is something that's significant as well. There's a park nearby, Forest Hill. So it's a matter of a group of people, and it can be just like a handful of families. It can be a large extending family, whatever, but it can be just one building with 10 units or otherwise. But there are different types of options, and it's a matter for the collective to discern what is the priority, and then to make decisions accordingly. And you can look at a blueprint, and you can look at the facility and what the possibilities are in terms of how to renovate the facility to provide for the spacing that is necessary to do the programs. Like I said, whether it's a school, whether it's a lab. I know, like, that was one of the exciting things about the launch house when I was seeing it construct, is like they were going through like the planning stages of how to use that space, how to make it adjustable for different purposes, how to like change it from like a presentation space to then a workspace to this, that, and the other. And so those are things that can be done in this type of situation. Obviously, certain buildings lend themselves further to that type of adjustment, but it's to the priorities of that particular collective to discern accordingly. I will say also that the methodology of securing stewardship, obviously, if the collective is able to amass like millions of dollars to do the purchase outright, that's a very elementary kind of basic methodology. But obviously that involves a lot of doing to kind of put that together. And even when people have that type of financing to do it, and that like people have to trust, like, okay, we're seriously going to do this, seriously. So that's one thing. But in addition to that, I mean, when you look at that building's been abandoned for over a decade, for years and years and years and years. There's thousands of buildings all around this metropolitan area, the city of Cleveland, East Cleveland particularly, but even in suburbs, there are buildings that have been abandoned for years and years and years. It's actually it's beyond a blight. In addition, it's detracting from the well-being of the people who live in those areas. So there's a very vested interest and those who are genuinely responsible for the well-being of the people in those areas, whether it's the government, whether it's the businesses, whether it's the civic leaders, whether it's the clergy in those areas, those people who are supposed to be responsible for the well-being of the life in that area, they have a vested interest in those buildings being utilized in a productive and healthy way, because that helps security, that helps the economy, and additionally within the area. So the actuality is that, well, I won't get into the negative aspect, but I'll just say there's a vested interest in those who are responsible for the well-being of the people in the area for these buildings to be utilized in a productive and responsible way. That doesn't just mean giving it to just any kind of group that just says, hey, we want to do this. It means like a group having genuine discipline, genuine organization, and genuine capacity to utilize those buildings. I mean, people can occupy something for a few months and then get caught up, get overrun by other threats or whatever else. So it needs to be a viable kind of a group to assume that type of stewardship, the responsibility of that stewardship. But the authorities have a vested interest in that happening. And I'll give you an example. There's a number of years ago, there's a group called the Community Greenhouse Partners, I think is what they're called. They are an urban agricultural group, and basically they were gifted this huge space. It was from the Catholic Church, and it included like an abandoned church, which is huge, like on the corner of Superior and East 67th or something like that. So it was this church that was abandoned for years and years and years. Huge space, huge facility. And it was just standing there, and it was a liability. So this Community Greenhouse Partners, they did this agriculture. They were doing indoor agriculture with greenhouses. They had the knowledge, they had the ability to do it. They wanted to utilize that space to do indoor agriculture. There was an adjacent like I'm trying to think of the word. It's a house, like a residential house that's adjacent to the church. So the actual space, the actual land included the church itself, an adjacent building, and then the parking lot, like a huge parking lot and additional space. So the group was gifted all of that, the entire place, the whole thing, the church, the house, the whole parking lot, to utilize it as greenhouses to establish like their urban agriculture there. And that's what they did. They put up greenhouses in the parking lot. They had yet to do something with the actual church itself, which was the main thing. But in the house, they did indoor agriculture. They set up offices. They had basically like a hostel for people to be interns, for college students to visit during the summers and work at the place, and then have a place to stay as well. So they had all that, and they paid $1 for all of that. And it was like, obviously $1 is just symbolic or whatever, but that's it. But the church had a vested interest in the space being utilized in a responsible way, in a positive way, and didn't need money for it, didn't require money for it. So and they saw that the group had some experience doing what they intended to do on that space. So there was trust in that group, and they gave it to $1. In Cleveland, there's a land bank of spaces that are just ready to be given away. It's a matter of groups having the knowledge and the credibility to do something productive with it. So these things are available, but it's a matter of putting together a process, getting a little bit of political capital and influence to get the check mark. And additionally, so this is what we're working on at the moment. So I'm gonna pause again to see how this registers, if there's any statements or any questions that you have in terms of solution.
No, I definitely think that is if we could figure out, like, the logistics behind it, and like who's owning it, who's owning the property of that in that aspect.
Yeah, that's our go ahead.
I was just saying, I think that would definitely be a viable thing, just because like you said, there are these land banks. There's so many of these abandoned buildings that are, in other words, they're not going to do anything except for sell it or implode it and sell it, and or something like that.
Yeah.
It can be useful to communities. And I think, and I don't want to have a cynical view on it, but I do definitely think that there are people and entities that would, once again, like you said, they'd have to have that trust, but would be willing to do something like that.
Yeah. And so I appreciate that. And it can be a grandiose idea, and we can get like all high and intoxicated about the prospect, about like all the things that we can do, this and the other. And so it helps to like kind of sober that by looking at some of the pragmatic necessities. And so to help in that process, what I'll share with you is like some initial steps of like let's do a scenario of like, let's say like it is provided, like we find the people who are on record as being the title holders. We find a way of negotiating the stewardship so that we have it. It's sanctioned by the. I have yet to discern personally whether this is in East Cleveland or Cleveland Heights, but whatever it is, like everything, all the check marks are there. We got the okay. It's in our hands, and we got it. Now it's a matter of like, okay, so what do we do now? So I'll share with you some of the initial steps that we see in terms of that scenario. God willing, that happens. So in this scenario, again, one of the first things that we look at is like securing this place. So it's a matter of having like, yo, we need a crew of kinfolk. So and I have to it's beneficial for me to provide this disclaimer or this notification. Like our policy, like in terms of our schoolhouse and just like our collective immediately around myself, Asona Ashram, and additionally, we basically have a policy. Like we don't call the police. Just like that's just what we do. It's not hate. Like we work, we love all people. We love the police additionally, but just we don't call the police when things go down. We don't have that in our repertoire. We can't do that. So because of that, as I said before, this is one of the reasons why the whole thing with the schoolhouse before we shut it up, because like when things get statically, like we don't have that option. So that includes with this building. Now that's a little bit challenging. That's something we have to negotiate with the municipalities accordingly, because anyways, without getting into all those details, what I'll say is that because of that, security is a significant concern, because yo, there are knuckleheads. There are cats who just don't give a block. And so we can't be dreamy and ignore that. Like we don't have that luxury. So we got to, we talking about safety and security for the women and children vulnerable of our, we got to put up. So with that, I'm recognizing what we look at as like first steps is the first people to inhabit to reside in the place is our security core. And these might be people, kinfolk, young brethren who are part of our community, or who just support the cause and don't want to like commit all the way to it, but like are willing to like be part of like the security. So what we offer in exchange is residence, and whatever kind of material support we can provide in that respect. And maybe have a core of 10 to 20 kinfolk who are trained, maybe moderately, in a discipline of security, physical security. We can talk about kinfolk who are bouncers. We have kinfolk who are involved in martial arts additionally, but having some kinfolk who have some training to be a core of 10 to 20. And a lot about security, it's like 90%, even 90, I'll say 90% diplomacy and being proactive and just having positive relations with kinfolk. And it has less to do with like actual physical altercation. So but you do need a core. You do need some like presence there. So that's it. And then reside right there, like on the first floor, just have like bunk beds or whatever, just like at a firehouse, like the fire squad. They got people who, when they're on call, and there's nothing going on, they just chill at the firehouse. They got the living quarters and everything else like that. And then when they're not on call, they can go back to their own residence or whatever. So having the same thing here, having the security call on call. We got the lounge or whatever for the security guards on the first floor and everything else like that, making rounds. And so that's one element of it. And that's the first to reside in a spot, 10 to 20 brethren for that. As we renovate, as we clean out, because if you look inside these joints, yo, it's tore up. So as we clean out and start to renovate and make it and prepare it for additional residents and additional programming, and additionally, like the security living on the first floor, because even when there's nobody living there, once we start doing stuff and we make it open, yo, it invites all different types of elements. So right when we start to like do stuff, we gotta be mindful of that, and we're in need of security at that point. Another element in terms of the methodology for security is putting up a fence. Yo, cats don't like fence. Yo, come on, we need a fence. And so we put up a black the black steel fence that just has the vertical thing. So it's not the chain link fence that reminds people of prisons and everything, but it's like that classic vertical kind of fence. So it's not going to keep people out categorically. That's not the point. The point particularly is to keep our dogs in. Haha, yes, we got dogs. I got to see your face reaction on that. But yo, we got dogs and we let the dogs run, particularly at night. Yo, we just let the dogs loose. And we keep it in the fence, so it's on the fence. And I know we know the history of Black folk and dogs throughout the years, but at the same time, yo, we know the history of Black folk and dogs, and yo, Black folk love dogs. When we talk about pit bulls and everything else like that, so we let the dogs run at night. So that's a very significant security factor, a security measure. And again, it's all fenced. It's safe. It's not putting on anybody else, but it's just on our grounds, on our campus. We got it in there, and that helps us significantly. So it's not just the brethren putting their lives on the forefront, but we got some intermediaries. And then in addition to that, that goes a long way of just securing the space, not being antagonistic, we proactive in building a relationship and strengthening and improving a relationship with the residents in the area, providing services, particularly as we get things going, let kinfolk know what we're doing, being proactive in the diplomacy and being genuine. And additionally, that goes much further than anything else that we can do. But in addition to that, when we do the fence, it's just like, we don't have to explain that to nobody because that people already know. And even with the dogs, we're not putting on anybody, but this helps us. So those are some elements. Now, in addition to that, in addition to not calling the popo, we don't do guns, we don't do knives, we don't do lethal methodologies of weapons. We don't do lethal weapons. So that's a significant inhibition or significant um uh limitation in terms of what people can do, particularly looking at what's around in the environment. So there are things that we can do. There are non-lethal projectiles. There are other non-lethal weapons that are actually viable, and it's a matter of knowing what those are, knowing how to use it. There are things like uh, they're shooting things that can like grapple people and like wrap up like a Batman kind of lasso type of thing or Superwoman
I was
lasso.
gonna say like a Batman like lasso
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
exactly. So I've seen that. There's a specific name for it, but it's only available, I think, for police officers at the moment. But I'm uncertain. It might be available otherwise. But that technology does exist, and it does look effective. There are other non-lethal projectiles. In terms of, I mean, people talk about rubber bullets back in the day, but there are further advancements in that respect. That I've actually seen in the hood. I've seen actually a Cats in the Hood utilize these things. And I'm like, wait, hold up, what? Because Cats in the Hood, if they're going that way, they're not playing. So when I saw that, I'm like, yo, wow. But then there are other things like I think it's called is it cannon, but it's like sound cannons that just emit a huge loud sound. Like you probably heard about like alarms that just are like a buzzing, like when the alarm goes off, it's just like you cannot stand it. So there are all these different type of
It's a
methodologies.
crowd
What's that? Crowd
weapon that
control?
they use with
Yeah,
off
exactly. Did you say crowd control?
yeah,
Yeah. So
crowd
exactly.
control device. I would call it a weapon on it
Yeah,
emits like a crowd from being in that location.
exactly. So, and again, when we look at it from the perspective of activists and additional people are gonna be like, oh, how could you do this and the other? I'm like, are you responsible for actual safety of community? Because I know it's been utilized against people who communicate a certain politic. But when you actually take on the responsibility of protecting life, and additionally, you a lot of those people who complain about those tactics when things go down, they call the police. So it's like, anyways, I'm anticipating criticisms is what I'm doing right here. But anyways, these are some of the things, and it's not lethal. These are ways of not killing people
Then if it
and not
was lethal
causing
though
injury.
too, if it was lethal with no and then not having law enforcement, it would be very like at least when I talked with some I visited Waco, if you familiar with Waco.
Okay. Yeah. David
And
Koresh. Yeah.
I talked with this pastor who like owns he owns the land of where that massacre happened.
Wow. Okay.
And just hear an insight. It definitely goes left when you don't want law enforcement involved, and then
Yeah.
you want to do security that has to do with lethal.
Yeah.
They'll find their own methods to deal with you. Then
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's part we recognize that we learn from those experiences because that was very impressionable. I remember when that happens in the 90s. So, and there are additional examples of that. When the group is perceived as separatist and they're weaponized in that respect, uh whatever happens, it can be blamed on that collective because people just see that as, oh, those were violent, vigilante, whatever. But when and that's like the after effect. But even just in terms of like the integrity of the methodology of the lifestyle itself, we are long time committed to nonviolence. Like that's significantly within our thing. And
Exactly. And if you bring violence along with that, then
exactly. It just gets enveloped within itself. So the thing is this, a lot of people are on the nonviolence kick, but again, like I said, when things go down and if somebody's breaking into their house, they don't just go to that person and say, excuse me, sir, I'm a practitioner of nonviolence and I seriously protest you being in this premise. People do not say that. People go, do 911, please, what's your emergency? And so the whole politics and that philosophy goes out the door when they're actually like called into that kind of a situation. So we have to find that viable solution of like where it is. And in doing that, we have to do things. We have to prepare things. Again, dogs, fence, um, pepper spray, and other things that does not kill people. It's still nonviolent in that respect, but at the same time, it's effective in securing the safety of women, children, elders, vulnerable, ourselves. We have to find it. We have to do those things. We have to have that in our repertoire. And again, it's not a matter of going out there. This is defense. We're not going out there patrolling or conquering things. It's a matter of protecting our domiciles, protecting our residents. So it's again, it's just very foundational. It's very practical. It's very legitimate, and it's very disciplined because it's not lethal. And we have to be further proactive. We have to be further knowledgeable. We have to be further disciplined. So, like I said, I'm like preparing for all the criticisms of whatever else, but a lot of those criticisms are very hypocritical because when things go down, Cass is talking about something else. So, um, but yeah, we talked about it like pepper spray, tasers, um, the sound cannon, the sound alarms. Um, those are some of the things that are rather effective. Um, and again, being proactive in terms of the community, because again, when the community looks out, that when the streets are looking out, that's that they let it be known that even if cats do get in and do get away with something, they're not getting away with it because the streets is going to handle it. So that's where I mean, obviously we walk with the Most High. That's where the ultimate security is, and so we do our best to be true to that walk. And so that's where the nonviolence comes from. That's where the discipline and the inspiration for nonviolence comes from. Recognizing that everybody comes from the most divine. Everybody has that light within them, and so it's not on us to take the life of anybody or to intend to take the life of anybody. So we have to be true to that. And when we're most true to that, then the Most High looks out for us accordingly. So, and not to be too presumptuous in that process, but just be knowledgeable about that, so that that's part of our walk. So, as we are in this earthly, we do our best to walk this earthly in a heavenly way. And so that's methodology. And again, that goes to just the topic of today about concentrating path, because the way in which we live, the way in which we sleep, where we sleep, is exactly how it's exactly the path we're living. How we're able to live, I mean, how we're able to sleep, how we eat, where we live, is exactly speaks to the path that we are on. And so this is a very much an answer and a solution to how we are on path, and how we continue. So um, those are some of the considerations. I mean, then the next stages from that, I mean, it's like the security is like, again, further residents, like further people, families that residing in it. And when we get to that level, we're talking about utilities. We're talking about what utilities we provide, what utilities are from the grid, what utilities are not off the grid. We try to be off the grid as much as possible. We look at like three utilities being the basic essentials for the complex, and those three utilities being water, electricity, and then communications, basically mobile, cellular access. So all of those three things are readily supplied off the grid. Like I said, we can collect water from rain. We can have a water well, construct a water well, and have that continually available for the purposes of the necessities at the facility. Electricity can be generated from solar, from wind. We can have a generator and a utility annex where the actual residences where people live might have modest utilities, might not even have electricity. And that's might be unfathomable for some kinfolk. But I actually live at this moment without electricity. I don't have a refrigerator. I don't utilize the lights at night. The one thing I utilize electricity is to recharge this device, but that's something that can be done at an annex. Like if you look in between those two buildings, like having a station where people can recharge their devices and have just the electricity shed where people can access electricity. Now that sounds like again like some caveman lifestyle or whatever. But if you think about it, one, that significantly simplifies the needs of the buildings. And to be honest, I have to look into the viability of that because my expertise in terms of architecture and civil engineering is very modest. But it's very confident about it being easily viable. How comfortable it is, that's another thing. But in doing it, one, you don't have electricity bill. You don't have to rely upon like the city infrastructure for supplying electricity. And thus, in terms of the long-term operations of the complex, that's something that you don't have to worry about raising money, about securing donations or whatever for the electricity. So that makes life much simpler in that respect. Same thing with the water, being able to construct a infrastructure so that the water is naturally replenished through the rain. That's the nature. And then when it comes to mobile communications, you can go on grid with like the standard Wi-Fi kind of connects and even just have it available as a central location rather than each unit having it. Just have available Wi-Fi just like a university or otherwise, or a coffee house. Or another option is going with a satellite, I think it's called Starlink or something like that, where it's off the grid comparatively. It's not relying upon land connections and initially, but just having a satellite fish. That's a dish and a feed all together. A satellite dish or satellite feed from the satellite connection. So those are the three utilities. I mean, gas, that's pretty much for heating, and that can be done through electricity. Same thing with cooking in terms of the oven, heating of the water. That can be done through electricity as well and through other additional means. So that air conditioning, otherwise, those are other additional considerations. And again, this is not a luxury complex. This is a living um, livity kind of complex. So there are some compromises in this experience, but at the same time, the riches that are gained is just relationships, safe and security, knowing where your loved ones are, having breaking bread on a regular basis with family and friends, being in having the programming, having the offices, having the
It's more
communication.
valuable than those luxuries, really.
Exactly. And learning to entertain ourselves with our own music and our own singing, playing games, doing like what are those the art games that people would try to guess what their person is drawing or whatever. So just I mean that's the richest and again, um I mean it's just so much safer. It's so much further peace of mind, living in that type of proximity and that safety. Um, and again, it's an example. So it's something, this is what we work on, but it's something that is implementable. That basic structure is implementable for all different types of groups and all different types of ways, all different types of cultures. Those are some of the basic logistics that we work on, that we work through, that we've looked at, that we studied, that we continue to cultivate and practice. And it's a work in progress. So, but again, it's a solution. And when we talk about this joint sovereign mindset solution, this is one of the things that we're talking about. So we talk about, again, staying on the path, continuing path, concentrating path. It's not just a philosophy. It's not just something that we do on the off time, like on our off days or on vacation or whatever. It's living it daily. And so this is part of it's conducive. Like when the place that we live, where we live is intentional and is intentionally aligned with our principles. What up? Again, it's multifold. If we're living in a place where it's rent, we don't know what the renter or if it's a mortgage, whatever, or we're living in a municipality that isn't necessarily about the same kind of principles. Like that's all an infringement upon the path that we're living. But when we're living in a place that is conducive, that's supportive of the principles that are part of our path, that just further much enhances and advances, and strengthens and nurtures our path. So it's not just a pastime. And I think a lot of people forget, kind of get lose sight of that, of just like the ideals being something that people do on their off time, off the clock or whatever else, and can't even fathom, like, wait a minute, this is actually like everything that I live for is involved with like how I live and where I work and everything else like that. So um it's nice to have a reminder about that, and not just of the possibility and the plausibility, but the viability of doing that. So those are some of the considerations.
Word, 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 word. I feel you, Peter.
All right, so
I'm vibing with it.
all right, we getting there though. I know we've been at this for a while now. So um I'm trying to think. All right, so um anything else that you're interested in sharing on this topic or anything else?
No, I do. I think it'll be imperative for me to promote this for Corey so that he can watch it, because I'm grateful that Corey did give you, this prompt for this week.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so one thought I had about in terms of just this endeavor itself, is it may be helpful when I look at like first, actually, I'll pause right here and ask you a question. Like, what is it that you're looking for from this particular project? Like what we've been doing here on Mondays. What is it that you're looking for? What is it that you value, or what is it that you would like it to be, or what is it that you'd like to get? Or what is it that you would like other people to get from what we're putting together here?
I just, having some time where, like, we could chat, because for like a month or so, I've been like, I was off the grid, especially when I was Dallas. I was just not replying. I was just, and not like doing it on purpose, just not getting to it. Like having that time to just reflect. Like this is like I'm reflecting a lot through the different passages or the stories that you might have throughout, our sessions that help me. Um, it's like a game plan in a way. It gives me things to think of throughout the week, and like to even like notice throughout the week. Like I might notice something that had to do with, you know, our conversations um on um not a movie slipping from me. One sec, bro. Uh sorry. The movie we were talking about, man, that's
Uh,
right on the
are you talking about
tongue, with Matt Damon and
oh, you're talking about Good Will Hunting.
yeah, Good Will Hunting, and just reflecting off that. And so what am I getting out of it? It's a game plan for me throughout the week to think about certain concepts and to really like fish it out. Like I don't think I would have normally done this prior to our sessions. Yes, thank you. I got you, bro.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. So you appreciate it in terms of being able to get some insight, get some have a space to do some to do some reflection, to do some learning, and to apply what's discussed in terms of what you're working on at the moment, and further. And so what do you, I mean, I imagine something similar in terms of Corey's interest in this joint as well, something similar along those lines, particularly based upon what you and in here are doing with What's Out group, media group.
yeah, I really can't speak to what Corey takes from it. I just know that, I mean, I know the conversations that he's had with me talking about these sessions so far is that he's getting a lot of insight from it as well. And yeah, helps in what's out in some way, because it might help us shape what we want to talk about next, or what we bring up with our most recent guests.
Okay.
Which I'm excited for you to see this one that we did yesterday. But yeah, I mean, Corey would probably be the best one to tell you what it means
Okay.
in regards to these sessions.
I appreciate that. And then when we talk about the outside collective, like other brethren, either within your immediate collective, within our group here, or even just like the general population, what is it that you would like what we're doing here to provide for others outside of the immediate conversation, or even as a way of inviting other people into the conversation? What is it that you'd like this to provide to others?
Yeah, I would say, I see, bro. I think I would say, in all honesty, the chance to be vulnerable, the chance to break um, that social media bubble that just is like, oh, everything's hunky dory, or it's very thought out and very like artificial.
Okay.
Where like I feel like, and I have been sharing this with friends, um, giving them the chance to be a little bit more vulnerable, a little bit more safe in some of these topics that we talk about. Because I know, like, even with some of my homegirls, when we talk about like these dynamics between, different sex and whatnot, like they get really uptight, or really they don't really like to talk about it, and in a real sense. They might give you, like, my mom always calls them textbook answers. They might have textbook answers to it, but
Okay. So
uh
we got to provide some better textbooks, what you're saying.
exactly. um
All right.
exactly.
All right. So, all right. Okay. So, what I'm hearing from you is that there's in terms of people outside of the immediate conversation, particularly over the past few weeks, the interest is in providing a venue, a platform, and a window to have a genuine conversation, to talk about things that people might not otherwise talk about, things that are increasingly honest, things that are increasingly healthy, and informative, maybe even lightweight, inspiring, that helps provide some positive guidance in people's lives. And it gives people courage to have that. You use the word vulnerable a number of times, but just to kind of get beyond those like false pretenses, to have some genuine conversation, and to learn, and to grow, and to benefit and even heal from that conversation. Does that sound like something along the lines of what you're describing?
Exactly.
All
Yeah.
right, beautiful. So we give thanks, and so along those lines, if we think about, so first I'll just discern. I'm very much willing, but one second. Okay, I'm pausing. I'll put it like this. So I'm willing to continue on a weekly basis and continue this. Is fine without question. That's fine. Even as you saw me earlier, as I've been for the past few weeks, I just start without there being a certainty of anybody actually getting on at any point. So I've done that for years and years. So ain't nothing new to me. Um, it gives me what I get from this particularly is I get to do it. I get to look things when Corey makes a recommendation, when you make a recommendation, like you made the recommendation of the Canon event within our previous
Yeah.
conversation. So I got notes. I put that down. So that's one of the topics that I done put some work in. And so the response, actually, it's a working response, because there's a couple of suggestions in the queue before that, but um the working title of the response to your suggestion for that particular topic, we got a working title which is called the planting event. How about that? And I'll give you a sneak preview. Like the idea is just a cannon event. That sounds very militaristic. And so just think like of a cannon explosion when you describe that experience of like just like the multi-dimension, everything else like that. So what we share is the planting event. The idea that of a tree, of a plant growing into different branches, and all that, all those different possibilities and everything else like that, being part of a continuous singularity, a connected singularity that is still a oneness. Aha, how about that? Now that's the concept of that topic of response to what you suggest. I have yet to even Google it, but I'm just based on what your description of it is. So I already have statements lined up for that particular topic. Ha ha. I don't know if that provides some anticipation or encouragement for that eventual session, God willing, but
For sure. Yeah.
I'm just letting you know that what I get from this is the opportunity to look those up. Just like I said before today's session, I got to look back at the 24 about heaven preparing the man. It's like, oh, that hit right there when I was looking at that one. So that's what I get out, because this is who I am. This is the crux of what I do. This is the crux of the service that I provide. Because not to be honest, X, not too many people on this earth are able to do this. And by the grace of the Most High. So I'm no better or worse than anybody else. But I just know, I know I've been in the rooms. I know what the scene is. A lot of people have much further knowledge than I do in any one of these books, the Torah, Bhagavad Gita, Torah, much further. Did I say Torah twice? I was thinking Quran, but anyways, much further knowledge than I have in terms of the details, the history, and everything else like that than I do in any one of those books. Very few on this earth have a knowledge about all of them as I do. So when we talk about these topics, particularly in the interest of multiculturalism and building bridges and understanding, this is the service that I provide, and it's something I've been doing for over 20 years. So I thank the Most High for that. So and this is who I am. So when I get a topic that's suggested, haha, now I get a reason to go further into this, to the crux of of my vocation. So I very much appreciate that. So that's what I get out of it personally. And then so and I've been doing this for years. I do this. This is my thing. This is what I already do. So I appreciate that. And so that being said, here's, as we continue on, as we prepare to continue on with these sessions, God willing, and to make it further, hone it and like make it further relevant and accessible and beneficial and constructive for people. One of the things I recognize is that back when I'm in law school, I was actually trained to be an agent. Like I was particularly in entertainment law. That was one of my courses of study in preparation, was in entertainment law. And so in entertainment law, we're taught to, like, how to deal with celebrities, to get beyond all the gushy gush of dealing with like celebrities, and like be able to make decisions, like deal business with other agents and managers and everything else like that. So in that context, there are basically like two categories of people. There are the agents, and there is the talent. And the talent does amazing charismatic things that influence and shape millions of people that few people on this earth can do. That's talent. But at the same time, that talent oftentimes is completely oblivious of how to balance a checkbook, or even just do basic kind of like things like that. So then there are the agents who know how to do all those type of things, negotiate and everything else like that have no charisma. Ain't nobody listening to nothing they say. So those are like the two groups, and they each like work simpatico to get something done. So in this particular scenario, my point for saying this is that in this project right now, what I see is that I'm the talent. Ha ha, how about that? You better be laughing. Um, I'm the talent. I'm the one who's bringing the substance. I'm bringing the combo in terms of the statements and everything else like that. That's the talent component. So then what I see in terms of your role is being the agent of being the ones that organize this joint, being the ones who invite other kinfolk into the conversation, who host the conversation. Uh, like I think about like radio programming, how people give like the station identification, they give pauses to the conversation just to give people reminders, and this, that, and as we prepare again for streaming and it being live, but just making that available. So that's what I see in terms of your role as the agent, as the management, as the ones who are kind of providing the administration and the working guidance in this respect. So I'm going to pause to see if that kind of vibes with what your perspective is concerning this project, and if you're
Yeah.
comfortable with that
Without
type
a
of
doubt.
thing.
I mean, I feel like in a way, like I give it to you in rowing terms, okay?
Okay.
So I can inform you. I'm
Dang.
me and Corey, we act as the cocks, and you're the rower.
Okay.
So you're rowing. You're in the race.
I'm the
We just
labor, yeah.
we're managing the conversation, managing, in a way, a translation in a way to others who might not understand what's going on,
Okay.
or,
All right.
help them figure out what you're trying to say in different ways, if that makes sense.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. So I think the metaphors that we're utilizing are kind of in line with each other. So based upon that recognition, one consideration I share is like as we continue on, what our roles are, like what each what our different
And I want
responsibilities.
to say this. I do want to. I guess when we do like another interview on What's Out, we're gonna ask about that, because I got a theory about that, but this is not. It's not for this session.
And so we're gonna do what? It went blank a little bit.
Oh, my bad. I said that I'll wait for us to do an interview on What's Out.
Okay.
Because I do have questions to what your profession was going to be initially, and
Okay.
I don't think it's right for the sessions.
Okay. Wait. So you don't think it's right for this particular session or for this project?
Oh no, I think it would be I think you could easily relate it to the project, but I want to ask you it more in a journalistic
Okay.
way.
Okay, like a personal kind of conversational kind of thing.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, cool. And actually, that was the story I was going to share today. Is basically like stages of my life and my influences who supported me to the point of leading me to that point of decision about my path. And kind of give like the anecdotes and kind of like the significant things that influenced me up to that point, and the things that I was wrestling with, the different like influences and communities and expectations that I was wrestling with at the point of like the culmination of my formal education after all that experience. I was going to share that as like kind of my personal narrative, but like I said, the session today kind of like goes in a different way, which I think is beneficial. But I don't know if that was what you were thinking about in terms of what you just mentioned, but
Yeah.
there's the meaningful.
Without a doubt.
Okay, cool. So as we continue on, here's one thing I think about. Like one is like it seems beneficial if we add a few people to the conversation. So it's not just like me spewing, but it's further conversational. So that particularly when we talk about our sharing our sequences and our reasons and everything, it's multi-dimensional in terms of the interaction. And so I know you got a crew that you work with through the years with your media group. And so my thought is maybe like identifying two or three people who can participate in the project, maybe not necessarily every session, but out of those two or three people, like you, Brother Corey, and maybe two or three additional people, so that out of all of you, maybe at least two other people are at least at each session in addition to me, so that again we have a little bit of a further dynamic in terms of the conversation. So it's not just kind of like a back and forth kind of thing, and where that's primarily upon me. Just I know I can talk and talk and talk, but I think it's beneficial when people hear it, to hear like different perspectives, different life experiences, and kind of like process the actual statements in the context of other people's life experiences. So that's one thing. And so that it's not just on you and it's not just on Corey, but if you have a two or three other additional brethren who could just be like, yeah, I'll maybe once or twice a month I'll jump on. That helps to share the load, so that it's not just on a few people. So I'll pause here to see if that might be something that your team might be amenable with.
Yeah, without a doubt. Me and Corey have been really trying to find people who can
Who can be
really,
with me?
yeah. And I mean, that could just help us on the load that we're trying to do for What's Out as well. It's just a lot going on, but without a doubt, I do think that there's some people that would actually. Nah, I know that there's people that'll have value out of it. It's a
Okay.
matter of trying to get them on a Monday morning. Really,
I know,
would be.
and that's part of the intentionality, because it takes a certain amount of commitment to get up on a Monday a.m. But that's exactly the part of the point of this, because like we not dealing with a vacation this year. This ain't no tourist joint. This is cats who's motivated. And if cats want to catch it on the vacation, they can catch the recording. But when cats want to like be active, yo, this is what we about. This is the life. This is we about it. So that's what we're at it. So if you want to catch the highlights, yo, that's cool. Here it is. But when you want to be in it, we're not accommodating. We Monday morning. So that's a little bit hardcore, but yeah, that's where we at.
Without a
So
doubt, no, I definitely get it.
so one thought again is like again how to help, particularly with you and brother Corey, is that, like maybe if you and he are able to like alternate so that like so that you can share that load, and then in addition to you, so either one of you can be like the host and kind of keep the session on task and kind of like get to the next segment or whatever, so we don't harp on too much. And so that's one thing. And then whoever else that you might be able to encourage to participate, again, doesn't have to be every week, but just perhaps one time a month. If you have three or four of the people, if you have four of the people, that means that one person a week for the month, just once a month for them, so that they can jump on. And that way we have three people at least in each session. And then again, it helps the dynamic of the conversation. It helps a little, and then even in that they start to experience what this is like. We have you to have that kind of conversation with other brethren from your group, so then they can experience what that is, and they can be like, yo, you know what, okay, I'm digging that, I'm gonna jump on the other one even though it's not my turn or whatever. So and then they start talking about it, just organically grows along those lines. So and to be honest, on my side, first of all, like many of the people who are most involved with what we're doing, yo, they grown. They got families and everything else. They definitely don't ain't got that availability to be on Monday a.m. So that's one of the challenges on this side. Just actuality. Um Now that being said, there are some kinfolk that I can think that I think about to reach out to, but it would be a scenario of like fewer steps along the road. So but there are additional kinfolk, and so that's one thing for consideration. One other sound like you might have something to say in response to that.
No, you're good.
All right. So the other thought is for this particular project, perhaps having a designated platform or designated site, even like on maybe on WordPress or something like that, but very basic. But it's not on our side. It's not like it's not our thing. And if you want it on your thing, that's fine. But the idea is having a designated place to store like the archives, to have the recordings. I mentioned, I think in one of the messages in the recent week or whatever, in the previous conversation, you talked about time tamping. How about that? Time stamping. Some of the stuff that we talked about in the previous joint. So, one thought that occurs from your statement is like putting together some highlights of just if you think like something you say or something I say was just like, okay, yo, people would like that. That would vibe with people. To have like the highlights from the session available so that people can see without having to tap into a 3.5 hour convo. They can just see some of those snippets there to be like, yo, okay, that was kind of tight. What was they talking about just then? And then they can be encouraged. Just like I mentioned the reference to like the Joe Rogan experience, I think, where they have like there's hours of long conversation, but then they post like some like 2-minute highlights or whatever. So I don't know what your availability is or what Corey's or anybody else on your side of being able to do that, how valuable, how relevant or priority that is, but that's a thought. And particularly having it on not on our platform, or if you want on your platform, that's fine, but just a designated platform where people can see that, and that's all there is. Because if people go into something that we got a lot of other stuff going on, and if people like see something they like from what you and I what we've put together here on this project, and then they see the other stuff that we're doing in terms of Osana Ashram or otherwise, they'd be like, oh, I don't know about all that. But if they just see that particular highlight or the archive or whatever as this project itself, that's further accessible. It might be further encouraging for people. So we consider whether that's something that you think is beneficial, and if there's amenability on for putting together.
Yeah, we could definitely get that done. That's what we've been trying to work on just for our like catalog of content, as well as clipping it up and like making a shorts page. So I definitely would definitely do that. And
Okay.
I obviously link it to the full conversation as well, because
Okay.
a lot of times this is how it works nowadays. Is people just see those clips like on Joe Rogan, and they're like,
Exactly.
okay, well, I want to see the rest of it, and
Yeah.
regardless of what we're talking about, even if not about that subject. So yeah, definitely can be done, and I mean that could be done like right now. I mean, we
Okay.
have the page. It'll take some time, but it can be done.
Okay. And so, all right. So for this project that we're working on at the moment, that's something that you would like to, would it be, is this something preferable for you to just put on as one of one of the what's out projects, and in terms of what you already have established is just like another, whether it's a playlist or however you fit it onto your established repertoire? Is that something, is that what you're talking about? Is that
Yeah,
comfortable? Is
exactly.
that
That's
possible? All right,
exactly what I'm
cool.
talking
That's
about. Then
cool.
yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so we can continue with that, and then there's some components about that in terms of like having like the actual entire conversation, an archive for the entire each of the sessions, the entire session, and then again, like you said, the shorts. Um, I also thought about maybe doing a pre-statement, to do a pre-recording of the statements so that people can see it beforehand and even just hear it rather than just read it themselves. I don't know how valuable that you think that might be or how much of a priority that is, but that's something I think I can provide if wanted before the session actually happens. I just record like a 5 minute recording of it and then put that available so that it might be help like a teaser or I don't want to say teaser, but like a promo or whatever for the actual session itself. I don't know if you think that might be helpful or effective or what your thoughts are on that.
I definitely think that would be helpful. I'd even say like I know you don't use it like all the time, but like on Instagram or like
Yeah.
uh
Here,
you
but
know
the thing with Instagram is that I mean, I can post on Instagram, but I can't do Instagram Live because I only have the laptop, and Instagram Live is only available on mobile.
true, true, true. I mean in terms of promoting the next session. So if you say
Okay.
on Monday we're gonna be talking, you could read one because I feel
Okay.
like that's good enough for like that like time for that like the time that you
Okay,
need to
okay,
fit
okay.
into, and you could be like yeah like it could be a quick 1 minute. This is what we're talking about. These are one of the tenets we're gonna be talking about on
Okay.
the next session on session 7. You know what I'm saying?
What I would do,
Tune in.
I appreciate I jumped up, I interrupted you, so it's rude of me. But what I would do instead of just doing a full one statement, what I would actually do is kind of like the brief one-liner from each of them, just to be diplomatic, because that's part of our repertoire, that's part of our protocol. So I'd just get like the first few lines of each one, and that might be like further kind of encouragement to figure out like what the rest of that statement is. But for the sake of keeping it within a minute, that's I think what I would do is just to give the first few words or the first line or whatever each statement, because today's statements got
Makes
long.
sense. That
They
makes
got
sense.
long. They got long. I know they did. I know they did. And that's basically building from our momentum. It was a little bit of a leap, particularly with some of those, but I sent it out to the Pluralism Project. Didn't get a response yet. But I have put it out there, and I am like gradually sharing this with other kinfolk, pretty much on a one by one basis. Because again, the numbers aren't the important thing that we're looking at. We're looking at names. We want to be able to know the people that we talk with. We want to make it available to people who want to jump in, but at the same time, when we do the outreach, to know who we're inviting, and to be very conscientious about that, so that the quality of it, and because we're talking about trust, we talk about being vulnerable. In addition, we're talking about trust and having a safe space. And additionally, so we want to honor that. And so I've been gradually introducing this to people. I didn't, to be honest, this past week I didn't do too much, particularly because of my access to the internet. But that's something that we do communication. We do get one of our kinfolk, I love sacred loved ones who views and shares a recommendation, solicited a topic of nature or a topic on nature. So that's what we have planned for next week, specifically birds. Haha. So that's kind of like random and out there, but at the same time, it all relates, and sometimes we need some kind of to like mix it up somewhat. So um that's that's uh that's part of the consideration for next week. And there's applicability to today's geopolitical conditions as well. But that's for when we have that inclination. But my point is that we are I am sharing it, and there is responsiveness. People are responding. I shared it, if you remember, brother Jason, who we meet almost not a year ago, but back in the summer. He sat with us at the park that day.
On the bike. Yep.
Yeah, you got it. So yeah, and he communicates support for. He works during the weekday as well too. So, but he communicates interest and support for the joint as well. Um, there's something else that I think about for the moment whilst we're on this joint together. Oh, um, that's much of what I thought about in terms of this particular project. So it sounds positive. I'm preparing for the next session next week, God willing. And preparing the provision of the statements. I can put together. I can work on God willing. I'll put together the the introduction that you described, that you recommended, and share that with an Instagram. Um, in terms of outreach to other groups, I've thought about a few demographics beyond the people that we actually directly know. I think about mixed student groups that I had a rapport with through the years. At this moment, it's been a number of years since I've been directly active and involved, but I'm trying to think of people who would have a keen interest in this type of conversation that are outside of the immediate involvement at the moment. So that's one particular demographic or one particular group of kinfolk that I think about having an interest and a need for this type of conversation. I consider if there's any other type of group that you think might have some similar kind of interest and need for this type of conversation.
Without different like universities, like student group population, whether it be a Black student group union or some other type of student group union, something in that realm, I think would at least, we'll cast even if it's a few that end up, wanting, we could cast the net over, you know, those groups and see if anybody's willing to really just kind of, I mean, because there's so many different like heritage like groups as well
Yeah,
within the universities,
yeah,
whether it be Pacific Islander, right, like Asian, whether
right.
it be in those regards. So um, I would definitely like, even if it's just Case for right now. I mean, Case is probably the one spot that's really right in front of us, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Trying to reach out there.
Okay, that sounds well. So I can work on that. And what I'm thinking about as I'm listening to your response is that because I agree, like it's not just mixed students, but students in general, and particularly students who are involved, particularly with like the ethnic based kind of group, and additionally having some kind of proclivity towards this kind of conversation. I think about activist kind of groups as well, but that may be further consideration. So at the moment, what occurs to me is that based building from what you share, and additionally is perhaps we can each go to our own universities where we have an established relationship, even if we're not in direct communication with the actual groups or whatever, but just within our own universities, like reaching out to sending an invite or whatever to a number of the student groups, whatever we're inclined towards doing, whatever. I'm an alumnus of Case, so that would include Case. I go to Hampton, and Georgetown. But if you're um it was you go to the school in Jacksonville, Florida, yeah?
Jacksonville University. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So if you still have like some kind of even if you don't have an immediate direct report, but even just like a vibe with the school, just sending out an invite to some other current student groups, any groups in Texas or otherwise, Corey can reach out to O State. Um, but just like I said, just places that we already have an established relationship with, just reaching back to those places and inviting the student groups to participate. And again, it could just be just a basic uh uh shout out of just, hey, we got this thing going on, you can flow through if you like, and there it is. um and seeing what builds from there. But that's another consideration concerning this particular project. So
Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. Well, Peter,
yeah,
I have
you
to take
ready,
care of this
seriously ready
toddler
to
who's,
wrap up? Yeah, all right.
so
Two things I share. The matriarch education, we talk about Sistren, because that's something we talked about a while ago, but that's another like another thing for consideration aside from this project. And also the marriage matching service. That might be topic for another conversation. Um I'm out in the public right now. This is not a place for me to be singing, so I'm gonna skip on the song as we conclude this joint. We've gone over the hour, so if you got to bounce, you can bounce. I'm gonna do a blessing to wrap our joint up. But again, I give thanks for you jumping on and having the conversation. Appreciate the reasoning on the convo, and God willing, look forward to it as we continue on.
of course, Peter. Thank you.
Peace and blessings.
Alhamdulillah, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Allahu Akbar. Dao ke, dao fei cheng, dao min ke, min fei cheng, min jia Deus nos daqui, sentido são aqui do nome. Barrengu sanam. Baluchata Elohim, Elohim من خلام أشكسان بام سراب تبان سوبر ريتورا نميم. Kyrie eleison, silver master, subject hei, sabe, seta, babantu, sukita, pagabia, aquaba, repenta na mane, Kyrie nesna, chinta dampa na me, limba me, cheka. Ubuntu, shabana, bekitka. Hashem, como se nida, domo aragato, ilama yellow wakan tapan, lokashan good. God, we thank you for all that you bless us. Ata jami atafname. No, no, blessed love and peace.
Peace, brother. Peace. Say bye. Say bye-bye.
Broke apart.
Peace and blessings, young blood.
I want to see it broke apart.
Ida.
Bye, Peter.
All right, son.